And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Amonishi, we amonishi. So if you understand Yoruba, then you say motaka edano. That's you know, if you understand Yoruba, you will say motaka edano. You know, when we do that in Yoruba land, that is to say, let it go over my head. God forbid it in the colloquialism. So good day to you, good to be your company and all that. Good day to you, good to be your company. And how are you? So I've not been out for quite a few days now, but I am out today. I think you guys are you're getting accustomed to somewhat the skittish nature of the streaming now. I keep promising you consistency, and I've not been delivering it, so I won't promise it anymore, but I'll just aspire to it. So let's do it that way. Let me not make promises, because you don't want to have a reputation then for making promises that you cannot deliver. I do want to be consistent, but at some point, hopefully we'll get to that consistency. There should not be a single day that I don't come out. You know, that was that at least all the way through to the election, there should not be a single day that I don't come out. But sometimes circumstances beyond, it was due to breaking a power transmission from our Tejo show station, as they usually say on NTA, breaking our power in our Tejo show. If you know what that means, then that dates you somewhat. It's people of a certain vintage that would understand that sort of a language. But good day to you, good to be your company and all that. Good day to you, good to be your company. And how are you? Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. The Nigerian political scene is starting to spike up. So we've now recently had an election in Ekiti State, which has been somewhat controversial depending on who you're listening to. So we'll speak to that a little bit. Sunday Igboho is in the forest chasing the bandits, or easy. So we'll be looking at that, seeing what we're making of that. So there were a lot of controversies. Actually, there were allegations of election material discrepancies in Ekiti. So whatever, you know, what's like discrepancy, they have no meaning, because it's like a middle of the road word. It's a very ambiguous word. So what does it mean, discrepancy? So what exactly that means, we'll be finding out in the course of. Alison Madueke cleared of all charges in the United Kingdom, in the UK court, or in UK court. So what quite that means, we'll be discussing that. PDP welcomes Iyabo Obasanjo, hands her Ogun Senate ticket. So I thought all the tickets were already handed out. So if you are ever talking about a desperate politicking, this is what we're seeing from Iyabo Obasanjo. She hopped into the APC to challenge for the Ogun State governorship ticket. She lost. She hopped out of the APC, hopped into the PDP. Now they're gifting her a senatorial ticket. So if you ever wondered what a desperate politician looks like, not quite as desperate as Peter Obi, but along that line, very desperate politician. So this now next headline comes out like a somewhat of a bombshell. IPOB suspends Nnamdi Kanu indefinitely as leader. So gone and forgotten is what that should mean. And then there's this fight going on. Let me bring you this one, actually. Actually, before I bring you this one, can you please click on the like button if you haven't done that already? Subscribe if you have not done that already. Which kids have been released? If Michael, don't joke about that. Or if you are talking about your kids, I don't think I don't think that's quite something to joke with, because that's not been announced in the news cycle. But if you're talking about Sunday Igboho, though, that's a different matter. But Nnamdi Kanu allegedly apparently suspended as the IPOB leader, suspended indefinitely. So we'll be looking at that. A winner in March from Ekiti, Governor Oyebanji's polling unit. So there's only we all know what's going to happen in that election. So we're paying some attention to that. Professor drops bombshell. Says Buhari was never a Fulani man. I'm not quite sure if I'm believing or not believing that. Actually, it's in a video, so let's see if we can get the video. Then we can just play it here. Buhari wasn't a Fulani man, is what somebody is alleging. Professor Abbas' assertion about Buhari has ignited debate online. So, well, nobody really cares if it's a Fulani man or he imagines himself to be a Fulani man. Is what really matters, and he acted off the back of that belief. Is what really matters. So, Vice Chancellor, so it's actually a senior person making this statement, actually. At least senior in terms of however senior a northerner can be. If they describe a northerner as a professor, I don't take it seriously unless they got that professorship from, like, let's say Unilag, Ibadan, those sort of spaces. But if they got the professorship from another university, would you let somebody that has a medical degree from another university treat you? I suspect not. If they got any professorship from any university in the north, nobody takes that seriously. Nobody takes any degree of it. I mean, the northern university system produce people like Abubakar Malamina. So that tells you all you need to know. I'm just looking to see because they said it in a video, and usually they leave a hyperlink to that video. Hold on. Oh, all right. I think we may well have that video actually. Let's see if we can grab it and have a listen. All right, let me just grab it and then see if we can have a listen. And Boki professor, there are words they call oxymorons. There are certain terminologies they call oxymorons in English. How do you even spell it? O-X-Y, is it O-X-Y? Oxy, moron, M-O-R-O-N. So oxymorons. So there are words or sentences that should not cohabit together. You should not have them in the same sentence. So like Fulani and professor, you should not have that in a sentence. But apparently, I'm just saying this so it gives me the room to download this and bring it forward. So we'll be looking at that as well. What else are we looking at? All right. Let me upload that and then we'll bring that to you. But whilst I'm doing all that, can you like if you have not already liked? Can you subscribe if you're not already subscribed? If you want to come and join me on the screen, as ever, the hyperlink in the comment section says StreamYard. You can use that. What else do I say? Share the links as widely as you can, super chat towards the stream. So, forget the super chat towards the stream. It looks as though most of you have forgotten that anyway. But at least say hello in the comment section and whatever it is, whatever else that I usually ask you to do. So yes, where are we? All right. I should really be better organized, but I'm never ever organized. That's just the thing. All righty. All right. So let's actually kick it off with this one. Let's kick it off with this one so I can get some sort of structure going. Our Fulani leaders should raise 150 million ransom. Igboho issues ultimatum over kidnapped pregnant woman. So this is a Sunday Igboho going into the forest to tackle the Fulanis, as we've seen him done previously in the past. Our Fulani leader should raise 150 million naira. Igboho issues ultimatum over kidnapped pregnant woman. Yoruba Nation activist Chief Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday Igboho, has issued a 2-hour ultimatum to Fulani leaders in Igboho, Oyo State. He said they should raise the ransom of 150 million naira demanded for the release of a pregnant woman, her children, and a sibling allegedly abducted by Fulani gunmen. So this is going on for especially that Igboho space. I'm not quite sure why that's still going on as a thing. Igboho accused the kidnappers of terrorizing residents of the community and insisted that the victim's family would not pay the ransom reportedly demanded by the abductors. According to him, the pregnant woman and her siblings were kidnapped in the dead of night in the Igboho area of Oyo State by suspected Fulani gunmen who initially demanded a ransom of 300 million naira, but before reducing it to 150 million naira. The activists maintained that Fulani leaders in the town should be responsible for securing the victims' freedom and bear the burden of any ransom payment, stressing that the victim's family would not pay any part of the money. Addressing the Fulani leaders in Igboho in Yoruba, he expressed outrage over the incident and warned that he would not tolerate criminal activities in his ancestral home. You can't be kidnapping in my father's land and expect me to keep quiet. I am an original indigene of Igboho land. You kidnapped a pregnant woman, and the person who brought the ransom, you killed him and killed the pregnant woman. For what? In Igboho, you people are not even afraid of me in my own father's land. This should be the last, and it must end. My father has urged me to address you people patiently. What I am fighting in other people's land, you can't come here and be doing it in my father's land, Igboho warned. I'm reading you this because there's been subsequent activities, there's been actions subsequent to this thing that I'm reading you now. He further alleged that those responsible for the abduction are known members of the Fulani community. You people kidnapped a pregnant woman, killed the person that brought the ransom, and left one person. You are not even afraid of God. It is your boys that did the job, he said. Questioning the pattern of abduction in the area, Igboho added, since you have been kidnapping here, have they ever abducted Fulani? No, it is the Yorubas they have been kidnapping, and it should not be like that. This should be the last, and let us stay in harmony. Issuing a direct warning to the community leaders, he said, I give you people 2 hours to release the woman, release the woman, her children, and her sibling, who were kidnapped in the middle of the night. If I don't see them within the next 2 hours, we will face each other. Igboho also claims that investigations have traced the victims' whereabouts to several locations linked with prominent individuals within the community. When we first tracked that number, it led us to Al-Haji's residence, and they removed them from there in the middle of the night to Bani's camp, Bani's compound. They took them to Bale's compound, where they currently are, he alleged. Rejecting any possibility of the victim's family paying the ransom, he insisted that Fulani residents should collectively raise the money demanded by the kidnappers. We don't have any ransom to pay. You Fulani should raise the ransom amongst yourselves and pay, because we don't have such money to pay. They started from 300 million and brought it down to 150 million. Fulani should contribute the ransom and get the money, and get the woman rather. So on and on it goes. So I'm reading you all that only to land you on this now clip. Let me play you this clip now, because there's been actions subsequent to that Igboho interaction. So watch this. Oh, all right. So that was jubilation. It looks as though those victims have now been released by the Fulanis within the ultimatum set by Sunday Igboho. So that's that. So make of that what you will. Oh, all right. Let's go on from that to another one. Actually, let's go on from that to this one. Massive vote buying rocks. Ekiti decides 2026 as voters admit receiving 10,000 naira from APC, 2,000 naira from ADC. So I think so if we are looking at this as just the rigging temperature for elections to come, it looks as though the NDC doesn't have any money, not even 200 naira from the NDC, but they know they give shishi, as we know, not because they are principal, but because they don't have it. A massive vote buying rocks. Ekiti decides 2026 as voters admit receiving 10,000 naira from APC, 2,000 naira from NDC. So, do we really want to go into that one, or should we just leave that as that? Let's take a few paragraphs on that. At least 5 voters. Let's pick it up from here. Fresh evidence of widespread vote buying has emerged in the ongoing Ekiti State governorship election, with several voters openly admitting to receiving cash inducements in exchange for votes, despite the presence of security agencies and anti-corruption officials monitoring the exercise. Correspondents visited at least 5 polling units in Aramoko, Ekiti, the hometown of the mother of the incumbent governor and candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, Abiodun Oyebanji, gathered first-hand accounts from voters who confirmed being paid to support political parties in the election. At least 5 voters interviewed separately by correspondents admitted that they were offered and received 10,000 naira each to vote for the APC. Some of the voters spoke openly about the payment, describing the practice as widespread across several polling centers in the community. At polling unit 004, Chief Ologbodo's house, Oke Uro, Aramokod 2, correspondents witnessed what appeared to be an organized vote buying operation involving party agents. During the visit, agents believed to be working for both the APC and the African Democratic Congress ADC approached correspondents, mistaking the reporter for a voter. Without hesitation, the APC agent allegedly offered 10,000 naira in exchange for support for Governor Oyebanji and the ruling party, whilst the ADC representative reportedly offered 2,000 naira to secure the vote for the opposition party. So you see this vote buying something. There's a lot of people making a lot of money from it, because I suspect that, of course, it will not be the main men that will be handing out the money, but they will give out a bag of money. So let's say, for instance, they give out 2 billion naira for a word, for a certain region. They give out 2 billion naira, and then out of that 2 billion naira, the organizers will take about 700, and they will tell them that they're going to be bribing them 50,000 naira, or 20 or 30,000 naira. But because they know how poverty stricken these people are, they will just hand them 10,000 naira. A lot of the middlemen people in this vote buying ecosystem, they'll be making bank in this particular season. So that's just how it is. So that's the Ekiti. But this story is coming out of Sahara Reporter, so you can take it against that backdrop. which is an opposition space against anything that maybe it could even all be a lie. The Sahara reporters are notorious for spreading fake news. During the visit, agents believed to be working for both the APC and the African Democratic Congress ADC approached correspondents, mistaking the reporter for a voter. Without hesitation, the APC agent, pardon me, without hesitation, the APC agent allegedly offered 10,000 naira in exchange for support for Governor Oyebanji and the ruling party, while the ADC representative reportedly offered 2,000 naira to secure a vote for the opposition party. The offers were made. The offers were made openly within the vicinity of the polling unit, raising concerns about the effectiveness of measures put in place to curb electoral malpractices during the exercise. Correspondents obtained video and audio recordings of some of the voters who admitted receiving money from political actors to influence their voting decision. In the recording, the voters could be heard discussing the amount allegedly paid and the parties responsible for the inducement. The development comes only hours after officials of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, stormed Governor Oyebanji's polling unit in Ikongosi amidst growing allegations of vote buying across parts of the state. As earlier reported by correspondents, about 10 EFCC operatives arrived at polling unit 003, Fautage of Oye, is that foot? I don't know what that word is, of Oyebanji or Kelele. What anyway, it goes on to give us the details. I won't go into those details. The anti-graft officials monitored activities around the polling center shortly after voting commenced, although no immediate arrest was announced. The presence of the EFCC followed repeated warnings by the Independent Electoral Commission, INEC, civil society organizations, and anti-corruption agencies against vote buying. So essentially, what I am just interested in is the price of the vote. So it's 10,000 naira from the APC, and it's 2,000 naira from the ADC. So because this sets the pattern of what's to come in 2027. So essentially, the APC is able to out-budget the ADC by 5-1. So that's 5-1, isn't it? So if they are paying 10,000 naira, the ADC is paying 2,000 naira. Then the APC is able to out-budget the ADC by 5-1. So if we extrapolate and project to 2027, that tells you the margin of victory. So if it's either a popularity contest or a money spending exercise, in fact, there was this report. I saw Rotus doing some report on Arise TV, and he told us then that the projection for victory is about 71% Tinubu will win, and then 20% Peter Obi might win. So all of the indicators tell us that Tinubu will win. Whether it's a vote by, whether it's free and fair, or whatever form that election takes, by fair means or foul, Tinubu will win. Immaterial of whatever happens, Tinubu will win. So if they want a fair election, he will win. If they want a rough election, he will win. If they want a vote buying election, he will win. If they don't want a vote buying election, he will win. So it's an inevitability. And this is what the data is telling us. The projections tell us, and the antecedents of patterns tell us, all of the elections since the last cycle of elections, Tinubu has won them almost to 90%. Local government elections, council elections, state by-elections, senatorial elections for whichever senator has left or died, whatever form the election has been, since the last cycle of election, Tinubu has won a good 89-90% of them. So it's not going to come to 2027. I think I should play you this song. Maybe this song will explain what I'm saying to you. let this song explain what I'm saying to you. So what that song was saying is essentially what I just said. Whichever and however, ọ̀nà olè ó gbé gbà, báwo lẹ ó ṣe ṣe, òpè ni wọ́n mọ̀ kankan. You know, so this is exactly what that song is telling you. However and whatever, Tinubu will win, the heavens will not fall. Nigerians will celebrate, you know, that they are, you know, because once Tinubu wins, that ends all the rot within the system. Everything ends in just that one move. When Tinubu wins, that ends Peter Obi's career, that ends Atiku Abubakar's career, that ends Rotimi Amechi's career, that ends El Rufai's career, that ends Abubakar Malami's career, that ends all of these people. The only people that will be left standing post January 2027 will be people like Omoyele Sowore, Prince Adewale Adebayo, and then the president. And then a new crop of politicians will come upstream. But all of those names are dead and buried politically. So as soon as Tinubu wins, that marks the funeral rites for the burial of the political career of all of those people that have listed. Abubakar Malami, Peter Obi, Kwakwanso, blah, 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 all these, the basket of deplorables, as Hillary Clinton once famously described them, that ends the career of the basket of the deplorables. So that's why a lot of us are so hell-bent on Tinubu winning. That victory, the moment they announced that victory, by the 20th of January 2027, we start the funeral rites to bury the career of Peter Obi. In fact, what's it called? Atiku Abubakar will even go and do his own burial in Abu Dhabi. As soon as he wouldn't even wait for as soon as the voting is finished, he will just disappear to Abu Dhabi, never to be seen ever again. That will be you will never hear a single word from Atiku ever in your life again after January 20. It's just that's the end for him. So that's the end for Peter Obi as well, because the permutation doesn't fit him anymore. It will be even stupid for him to hang on to Kwakwanso's coat tail and tell us he wants to run as Kwakwanso vice president when he already knows how the politics plays. You know, so Peter Obi will make a grand announcement that he's tired and he wants to go and take a rest for about a year or two, and you will never hear from him again. So that'll be the end of that. The only thing to look forward to is to watch then after the 2027 elections, and Peter Obi makes that grand press conference to announce that he's stepping back from frontline politics, which he will do. So mark my words, by the end of February, even if he was to do I don't think he will want to do the court cycle again. He will just have to just yield that these people are better than him. He will just have to concede that. You know, it's his ego now. He doesn't want to concede that these people are better than him, even though everybody knows that these people are better than him. So it will come to that epiphany in that eureka moment, and then he will just disappear. But what I am looking forward to, the only thing of interest left in that space is to see how the obedience space starts to cannibalize each other as they jostle to want to succeed him. So you have Tanko wanting to succeed him. You have Aisha Yesufu wanting to succeed him. You have the Twitter posse wanting to succeed. And then they're all jostling to now see who's going to, because he has now created this minefield of being able to revenue so many mass of people. You know, the bit of this eco space is a good, that's at least, it would not surprise me if the Peter Obi eco space is a good, I'm hesitant to say $500 million, but you could see $500 million coming out of that space now. That eco space, because you have some lower middle income people that heavily populate that space, and if you are able to monetize them on a consistent basis to seed some belief system to monetize them, that Peter Obi eco space will well be a golden fleece, the golden geese that lays in perpetuity that golden egg. So they will cannibalize each other. That's just what I'm looking forward to. I'm also looking for Peter Obi to get out of the space anyway, so that we can actually have Southeastern politics come into the mainstream, because he's holding that region back so aggressively. And I hope that Nigerians can forgive, because you cannot hold the Southeastern region hostage to Peter Obi's ethno-jingoism. So Peter Obi is just an ethnic bigot, and then you can't use his ethnic bigotry to color an entire region. So as soon as we're able to remove Peter Obi, then we can let the Southeasterners come in, because they have such a peculiar nuance to interact with the Nigerian political space with. So there are narratives, there are directions that Charles Soludo wants to discuss with the country in terms of how we travel, that voice is being stymied by the Peter Obi space. There's a particular nuance in terms of infrastructure that Dave Umahi wants to discuss with us as a nation, but that space is being held hostage by so as soon as he gets rid of Peter Obi and his bigotry, throw him into the bin, throw him into the lagoon, as the Oba of Lagos once threatened, then we can have the Southeasterners come forward to engage with the political space. So that's what I am looking forward to, the beheading of the obedient nonsense. Alice Madueke cleared of all charges in UK court. So, I've never thought this woman was innocent, but I've never also thought that she was guilty to the extent that they were trying to. Do you know that they were saying that this woman stole $20 billion, etc., etc.? What is the size of the Nigerian economy for all of the monies that they attribute allegations against this woman to? Alice Madueke cleared of all charges in UK court. United Kingdom court has cleared former Nigerian Minister of Petroleum Resources, Dezani Alice Madueke, of bribery charges. According to Reuters, a jury at the Southwark Crown Court in London on Wednesday found Alice Madueke not guilty of 6 charges bordering on bribery and conspiracy to commit bribery. Correspondents recall that Alice Madueke served as Minister of Petroleum Resources between 2010 and 2015 under the administration of Goodluck Jonathan. She was accused of accepting bribes from oil and gas industry figures seeking lucrative contracts in Nigeria. According to prosecutors, she was provided with a life of luxury in London in exchange for influence over awards of contracts. However, the ex-minister denied all the allegations and maintained throughout the trial that she never accepted bribes and had no direct influence over the award of government contracts. After more than 46 hours of deliberation, the jury returned unanimous not guilty verdict on all 6 charges. So if she can sue somebody to get some compensation, she should. If Buhari was there, they would never have come back with that verdict, though. And if they came back with that verdict, I'm sure he would have sent hired killers to go and fire. PDP welcomes Iyabo Obasanjo, hands her Ogun Senate ticket. So there she is right there, prostituting herself. I wonder, this is her 3rd political party. Where did she come from to join the APC? before she left to join the PDP. The People's Democratic Party PDP in Ogun State on Wednesday officially received former Senator Iyabo Obasanjo following her exit from the ruling of Progressive Congress APC. Recall that Iyabo, daughter of former Nigerian President Olusegun Obasanjo, represented Ogun Central in the Senate between 2007-2011. She lost her re-election bid in 2011 and left the country to pursue a career in academics in the United States of America. In January this year, Senator Obasanjo returned to active politics after 15 years and joins the ruling APC, where she declared her ambition to run for governor. However, on the 31st of May, the former senator resigned from the APC after losing the governorship ticket, citing disrespect, betrayal, and unfair treatment by the APC leadership. Correspondents report that she was officially received into the PDP fold at a massive rally held at the party secretariat in Abeokuta on Wednesday. The state chairman of the PDP, Dr. Abayomi Tella, presented the PDP flag to Senator Obasanjo, welcoming her back to the party and announcing her as the PDP candidate for Ogun Central in the next election. On behalf of our national chairman, Alhaji Abdulrahman Mohammed, and the entire National Working Committee of the PDP, I, Abayomi Tella, PhD, I don't know. You know, people who vaunt their credentials, it tells you, it speaks to a particular insecurity. So what does the PhD add to anything that welcomes her into the party? On behalf of our national chairman, Alhaji Abdulrahman Mohammed, and the entire National Working Committee of the PDP, I, Abayomi Tella, PhD, the state chairman of the PDP, and on behalf of the PDP Ogun Central, present to our revered sister, Professor Senator Iyabo Obasanjo Bello, this flag as the authority of the party for her candidate. Pledge her loyalty. So, of what value is that pledge? She was in the APC for the grand sum of a total of 4 months, and as soon as she lost her opportunity, she decided there were reasons for her not to be in that party anymore and move to another party. So, of what value is her pledge of loyalty? Taking the party, so Senator Obasanjo pledged her loyalty and allegiance to the PDP, its constitution, manifesto, and code of conduct. I commit myself to the ideals of the PDP. I shall serve the people of Ogun State and Nigeria with integrity, humility, etc. So that's Obasanjo's daughter playing double Dutch politics right there. So that's Obasanjo's daughter playing double Dutch politics. IPOB suspends Nnamdi Kanu indefinitely as leader. So what do we even make of this one? The proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, has reportedly suspended the office of its leader, Nnamdi Kanu, and the position of director of Radio Biafra. Correspondents report that the group announced the decision after a full house meeting of its directorate on Wednesday. This was contained in a statement issued on Thursday and signed by the head of the Directorate of State of IPOB, Mazi Achikadibia Odeziam. According to the statement, the Directorate of State will henceforth administer the affairs of the organization and oversee the movement. So I think this is all to do with accessing the purse, the finances of the organization. They're just trying to move him out of the way to access the finances. It's just because it's just a money-making scam. It's just a Ponzi scheme, isn't it? The group said IPOB was formed and nurtured by a group of Biafrans in diaspora, not by any single individual. It added that no individual had the authority to dissolve the Directorate of State, which it described as the apex leadership structure of the group. IPOB said the decision followed a review of intelligence reports concerning communications from Kano in Sokoto State. It said it was mindful that certain unguarded communications from Sokoto prison to those in Biafra land has caused unnecessary arrest and death of IPOB family members in Biafra land. The leadership also claimed that Kano's visitors and activities were being monitored by the Department of State Services, DSS. The group expressed concern over alleged plans by some individuals to form a new militia, warning that such a move could trigger fresh violence in the region. It said the suspension was to prevent unchecked actions, reckless assumptions of authority, and unguarded utterances from resulting in reckless arrest, torture, and needless death of Biafran youth. IPOB added that any criminal activity carried out in the name of the suspended office would no longer be blamed on the group. IPOB shall henceforth not be held accountable for actions of individuals or groups of individuals not holding any active position within IPOB. The statement reads, the development followed reports that Kano had dissolved the third administration of the Directorate of State. He was also said to have inaugurated a fourth administration and appointed United States-based Mazi Chris Nwaogu. If this is the Chris Nwaogu that used to be in our comment section, I've always known that he was a criminal anyway. So it's probably him. If it's the same Chris Nwaogu that is always in our comment section once upon a time. He was also said to have inaugurated a fourth administration and appointed United States. And this Chris Nwaogu that used to be in the comment section that I've always suspected was a criminal element, he's also based in the United States, almost certainly him. He was also said to have inaugurated a fourth administration and appointed United States-based Mazi. Everybody is a Mazi. What does that Mazi even mean? What Mazi? The only Mazi I used to know when I was growing up was Mazi Imperiempe. You know, I thought it was just a Jokula something. Mazi. Does anybody remember Mazi Imperiempe here? Mazi Imperiempe. He was also said to have inaugurated a fourth administration and appointed United States-based Mazi Chris Nwaogu as the new head of the Directorate of State. In a statement attributed to IPOB as spokesperson, Ima Powerful Nwaogu was reportedly directed to assume responsibility for the administration, coordination, and day-to-day management of IPOB affairs under Kano's authority. The Directorate of State was established in 2012 as the administrative arm of IPOB. It had previously been led by Dr. Justin Akajieze in the United States, Mazi Uchenna Asiegbu in Spain, and Chika Odeziem in Switzerland, who was appointed in March 2017 during Kano's earlier detention at Kuje prison. So that's IPOB right there getting rid of Nnamdi Kano. So Nnamdi Kano, having not been ensconced in incarceration, Sokoto prison, is now no longer the leader of IPOB. Nnamdi Kano, Nnamdi. So this is a fight going on between Davido and some Aboki influencer called Ra. Every Nigerian must not stay silent. Davido fires back at Ra over insecurity advocacy at World Cup. Afrobeat star David Adeleke, popularly known as Davido, has responded to criticism by Hausa singer Dauda Kahutu Ra over his decision to draw attention to Nigeria's insecurity problem during the FIFA World Cup countdown concert in Los Angeles. Correspondents report that the disagreement began after Davido appeared at the event on June the 10th wearing a customized jacket carrying the message "Bring Them Home," alongside the names of more than 40 pupils and teachers abducted in Oriire local government area of Oyo State, May the 15th. Ra or Rara or however it is pronounced up there in the north. I'll call him Ra for the purposes of just how it spells. Ra later faulted the move, arguing that taking such a sensitive security issue to a global stage could damage Nigeria's image. So all look at all the people that talk about damaging Nigeria. We all know what damages Nigeria's image, and it's nothing to do with Davido. Maybe it's all those people being caught in Ethiopia and everywhere selling drugs and all this nonsense. Maybe that's what's damaging us. Rara later faulted the move, arguing that taking such a sensitive security issue to a global stage could damage Nigeria's image and affect ongoing efforts to secure the release of the victims. He maintained that security matters should be handled with caution and questioned the motive behind Davido's action. So I think it's just cloud chasing, really. This and he wants to leverage Davido's name to bring himself into national prominence. That's his cloud chasing. But then, that's just the name of the game, isn't it? He maintained that security matters should be handled with caution and questioned the motive behind Davido's action. The Kano-based singer also suggested that political interest may have influenced the gesture and warned against turning insecurity into a political issue. He claimed that publicizing such incidents internationally could sometimes create complications for rescue efforts. Davido did not let the remark go unanswered. He first reacted on X with a brief mocking response directed at Ra before the exchange escalated. In a longer statement shared in Hausa and later translated into English, the singer defended his decision and insisted that Nigerians should not remain silent in the face of insecurity. According to Davido, every patriotic citizen has a duty to speak up about challenges affecting the country. He argued that caring about the safety of citizens should come before political loyalty or personal interest. The singer further stated that placing politics above the welfare of the people does not help the nation. He urged Nigerians to put truth and national interest first, whilst remaining mindful of their responsibilities as citizens. Davido wrote, "Damn it, every Nigerian should not stay silent about the insecurity plaguing the nation, nor should they prevent others from voicing their concerns openly. Showing bias and prioritizing personal or political interest and putting personal desires above the community's goal is nothing to be proud of. Be a patriot for your country. Stop prioritizing politics over the truth and fear God in everything you do." So that's a brewing beef between the southwestern superstar Davido and the northern also ran Ra. So Ra only Rara ni. So Ra or Ra that's just the thing. So Ekiti, we've already done the Ekiti something. Oh, okay. So I was telling you about this professor that said this professor from the north that said that Buhari is not a Fulani man. So rather than read it out, I was telling you then, but I was using the window to go and download it. So rather than read it out, hear from the professor who describes to us how Buhari is not a Fulani man. Watch this. Ra.
You've had one particular viral video where a Fulani passenger was dropped from a car because other passengers didn't feel comfortable because he's Fulani and they associated him with banditry and things like that. I mean, is there a normalization of these tendencies to become part of our everyday experience, where you get treated a certain way just because of who you are. And the antecedents of maybe some of the people that come from your ethnicity who maybe have criminal tendencies or things like that.
Yes, I saw that video, that story in social media. The person was going from Lagos, was going to, is it Port Harcourt or somewhere?
I think so.
Yes. But then there is another video conversation with a Fulani man, a herder in the east. They asked him, and he explained to him, I am a pastoralist. But kidnapping is a business which others are doing. So the Fulani who are kidnappers are kidnappers. They are criminals. They are not me. I'm separate. I am a pastoralist. I run my business. But you see, because people who like to do this, you know, the media is full of that. Some people believe that the Fulani dominate everything. In fact, I was asked one time, but he said, all the governors in the north are Fulani. I looked at him and laughed and said, how can it be possible? It's not possible. It's not true. But some of people believe that. So if you undermine the Fulani, then you are changing Nigeria. You know, Buhari was often declared Fulani. And I was here and I told people that, no, it's Hausa man. When he speaks, you know it is Daura accent of Hausa. He's not a Fulani man. His wife's Fulani. His children speak Fulfulde language and so on and so forth. But you see, because of this target to show that the Fulani are dominating, where are the Fulani? And I told people that the only Fulani man, there was not a single Fulani man who became president or vice president of Nigeria, except Atiku Abubakar. Nothing. Even under military. But then they will tell you all these people are Fulani. So part of the problem is the ignorance of those who are making the allegations.
Right.
So there it is right there. Prove me wrong. There's been no Fulani in Nigeria's history. Is Ahmed Bello not a Fulani man? I wonder. Shehu Shagari from Shagari village, was he not a Fulani man? It's a Yadua, not a Fulani man. So I'm not quite sure. Like I said, anybody that has a professorship from any of these northern universities or so-called, you can just throw those credentials in the bin. You can throw those credentials in the bin. Oh, okay, so this is what inspired the headline piece. Peter Obi telling us that if he ever becomes the president of Nigeria, he will go up to Boko Haram and tell them to stop being naughty boys. This is his answer to insecurity. If he ever becomes president of Nigeria, he will go up to the Boko Harams and tell them stop being naughty boys. I will dialogue with Gumi, Igboho, others if elected president. This is your friend, not mine, P. Toby. Our presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, Peter Obi, has said if elected as Nigerian president, he would negotiate with agitators from different parts of the country. In an interview on Nevon News hosted by Rufai Oseni, Obi said he will sit down with Yoruba Nation agitator Sunday Igboho, controversial Islamic cleric Ahmed Gumi, and Biafra agitators for negotiation. When I am elected, not when, or it should be if or not when, because an unlikely if as well, I will discuss with everybody. I am not there to apportion blame on who is right or wrong. In solving this problem, I want to sit down with everybody and say, let's go this way. As a president, I will sit down with people and talk, and you will see it. I did it as governor. I brought people, and we know what he did as governor now. He extrajudicially killed people and threw them into the Odi River in Anambra. Everybody knows what he did now. a lot of them not guilty. He was just killing his political opponents and throwing them in rivers. That was how he governed Anambra State. I did it as governor. I brought people, including traditional rulers. You know, there was a time he bought close to about 5,000 vehicles for traditional rulers in Anambra State. They don't talk about that. I've got the receipt, by the way. There was a time. Let me even show you this now. Let me show you. Do I have it? Let me see. You know, when I keep saying when I keep saying that this Peter Obi guy is a criminal, I'm not saying it for any other reason other than Peter Obi is a criminal. He is a criminal now. If you don't even have to do any research, it says go and verify. Just go and check his antecedents as a Anambra governor. You will know it's a hard-boiled. I'm just looking for something to show you here. I had it up and then I got rid of it because it was occupying too much space. Is this it? Yes. You know, it's a hard-boiled criminal, Peter Obi. It's not even a low-grade criminal. It's a hard-boiled criminal. Okay, let me show you this. You see, you know, a lot of Peter Obi's antecedents were documented when he was governor because he was governor of an important state, and a lot of his actions were documented by the media. So why is now? Let me show you this. Let me show you this. This was Peter Obi bribing judges, etc., with cars as Anambra State governor. So there's Peter Obi right there. Let me see. Does it give me the full? Yeah, so that's these are vehicles that's Peter Obi right there. These are vehicles that this guy bought for judges in Anambra State back in those days. You know, so forget all of this nonsense that you do now. Nobody is fooled. It's just a ridiculous guy. But anyway, you know, I was going to say whoever falls for his gimmicks will fall for his gimmick, but I don't think anybody is falling for his gimmick. It's just a tool for an ethnic play, which will play out in January 2027. I will dialogue with Gumi, Igboho, others. If elected president, your friend, not mine, Peter Obi. Our presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, Peter Obi, has said if elected as Nigerian president, he would negotiate with agitators from different parts of the country. In an interview on Never News hosted by Rufai Oseni, Obi said he will sit down with the Yoruba Nation agitator Sunday Igboho, controversial Islamic cleric Ahmad Agumi, and Biafra agitators for negotiation. He said, when I am elected, I will discuss with everybody. I am not there to apportion blame on who is wrong or who is right. In solving this problem, I want to sit down with everybody and say, let's go this way. As a president, I will sit down with people and talk, and you will see it. I did it as governor. I brought people, including traditional rulers, and talked with them. Asked what he would do if Gumi and others failed to listen to him. Obi said, they will listen to me. They are in the problem. How can you call somebody who is sick to come to the hospital and he won't come? So I don't think this guy has any concept of what is going on. Gumi is not sick or in hospital. It is actually the one putting people in hospital. You know, it sits as an advantage space in terms of how he reads the landscape. So, so that's that. Let me play you a few clips and then we'll see if people turn up for the conversation. Otherwise, we'll bail. Let me play you. Let me play you this one. This is you know, I like to play you those southeastern people. Southeastern young people that have reached the epiphany to understand what is, because the moment they just blink and come out of the ethnic funk, immediately they reach that eureka moment. So here is another young lady from the southeast that blinked and escaped the ethnic funk, and she reached her eureka moment. So let's all listen to her speak about her journey to emancipation. So here is another one rescued from the clutches of P. Toby.
The Eagles, what I believe they are lacking is strategic participation. Let me tell you something. Politics is about participation. And I don't also want to agree with the fact that the Igbo people are not political in nature. Go back before the war. They held the most strategic position in this country. Yes. Igbos, they held the most strategic top positions in this country. So you cannot be telling me that they are not political in nature. No, that's not it. Yoruba man know his weakness. Yoruba man know that he cannot make anything big without alliance with other people. And that's why you will see some people plan for how many years to build bridges before they come out, and just once he won an election. And another person will be there. See, I will always say it, I've said it several times. PDP did Igbo people dirty. Take it or leave it. That's it. If you look at how the Southeast was very loyal to the PDP, the time that the ticket was meant to be theirs, and Hausa man still contested it and took it from them. Do you understand? If you look at it, so when you say should the major party just look at them and give them tickets, I don't agree with that, because it is about participation. I can foretell now that by let's say 2031 now, if APC want to field we know the power is going back to the north, Abi. If they feel the vice president is surely most likely to come from South, because they participated more. They are participating now. Look at Buhari 2 times. He won an election. Southeast did not contribute. Southeast, that was the only region Buhari did not win for him to become president. Which region did Tinubu did not get any traction from the same at the same time? Southeast. You now think such a party, when they want to field their own next presidential candidates, they will look at their power fronts. They will look at where they have the strategic edge, where they can get more votes, where people have been participating, and South is that place. So, strategic participation is all you people need. So if you are fighting among you, trust me, I don't even want to know about that one. Maybe you love yourself or not, but please, stoop, get into politics, and play the game the way other people are playing the game. Simple.
So that is right there. There's really no complications to it, just to play the game so that you cannot play the game by your own rules and expect to win, because the game is the game. If it was possible for you to look at Buhari's journey, so that's the perfect example that tells you that you cannot play the game by your own rules and expect to win. Buhari had cycled that game so many times. He ran against Obasanjo, he ran against Goodluck Jonathan, he ran against everybody, insisting that because he feels he has numbers in the north, that it was an easy win for him. Every single time he lost, to the point that he was crying on television. So what did that tell Buhari? That told him that he cannot play the game by his own rules and win. So the example is already there now. So why are you repeating a failed system? So Buhari had to ally with the Southwest in order then to become president with the push of Tinubu. If you remove Tinubu, Buhari would be talking about Goodluck Jonathan's legacy, and then whoever succeeded him. We've never had Buhari ever in our history. So that was that. So this same thing that Buhari did severally and failed is now what Peter Obi is attempting now, wanting to run some sort of a southeastern narrative to Aso Rock. It's not going to happen now. Some ethnic jingo nonsense. It's not going to happen. So, but if you fail to learn the lessons of history, then you're doomed to repeat the same mistake. However that saying goes. Let me play you this little snippet from Fashola, who is inviting you to a conversation as to what Nigeria is. Is Nigeria a country or a nation? But how does it draw that distinction? Watch this.
Are we a nation or are we a country? Now, I take this point because the day I raised the point, some of my colleagues said, what are you talking about? because we use those words somewhat interchangeably, but they mean different things. And when I said, okay, undertake a search on a digital search engine and see what it brings up, then we had a debate. Some of them famously quoted Chief Obafemi Awolowo as saying, oh, we are a mere geographical expression, we are not a nation. And I said, well, that classification perhaps even does some injustice to the late sage. But I'm looking for the full speech of where he was quoted. And when I find it, I'll probably come back publicly. But it is a matter I think we should reflect on. And I consider it worthy of this podium because I recently read a book by a former Nigerian leader. And in about 14 instances in his book, he referred to us interchangeably in one breath as a country, in another breath as a nation. And I thought that was profoundly perplexing. Because if we don't have an agreement about our own identity, how can we reach an agreement about our purpose? Are we a nation or a country? It is possible that those who created us by way of colonization and independence created us in their own image. No, it's serious. Just think of it. Because if you look at them, they are a country of several nations. And I think perhaps that is what we are. In less formal surroundings, I say that if you look at how they go to the World Cup as different nations, then they go to the Olympics as one country, and they play politics in a different way, under different names, you probably see what I am talking about. I think we are a country of many diverse nations, and that is a good thing, a very good thing, from which shared prosperity and development can be forged. We are also a resilient, innovative, and adaptable people. But can we forge a national creed from these traits? Not for the purpose of enduring rubbish. We can't be resilient to rubbish. But rather for the purpose of propelling ourselves to overcome every adversity that lies on our path to greatness. Ladies and gentlemen, on the anniversary of the historic and iconic June 12 date, these are my thoughts about democracy beyond elections. Thank you.
So there it is right there. So that's Fashola asking some sort of esoteric question. Are we a country or a nation? I'm not quite sure. It is not quite clear in the distinction that he was inviting you to consider. But I think we are all somewhat, it couldn't describe it, but I think we have an understanding of what it means. So I think if you have to think of Nigeria, you have to think of Nigeria. This is how I think of Nigeria. I think of Nigeria as a conflagration, or if that's the word, of different nations. It's like yes. Is that a word, conflagration? It's a conflagration of different nations, because the Yorubas are to themselves, by history and population, they're a country, they're a nation. Ditto the Igbos, ditto the Fulanis, ditto especially the Hausas, and even the smaller subsects, they're still strong enough in population and history to be a nation state. So and we don't have one uniform identity as a country. So we cannot say we are a country, because there is nothing that really binds us outside of this construct that the colonialists left. So we cannot describe ourselves as a country, and we cannot even describe that we're evolving as a country, because the fault lines, the chasms that still demarcate us, still continues to demarcate us still till today. We all still hobble within our tribal stock more than anything else, as ever and forever, even more so now than ever before. So I cannot imagine that we are a country within the context of the conversation that Fashola is inviting. I think we're a conflagration of different divergent nations trying to evolve a country. That's probably my contribution to that conversation. Let me play you one last clip.
Okay, Nigerians, let's hear what the northern governors are doing with their federal allocated funds from President Tinubu. Oh yeah, pay attention now. Let's go on some.
Abba Kabir Yusuf, the governor of Kano State, is about to spend 1.5 billion naira for sponsoring mass weddings.
For mass wedding, no be for security, no be for agricultural development. But anyways, let's go on some.
And in that same Kano State, mind you, they have nothing less than 1 million kids that are out of school. Kebbi State sponsored mass wedding, we have nothing less than 1 million kids that are out of school. Zamfara sponsored mass wedding, they have nothing less than 200,000 kids that are out of school. Katsina State sponsored mass wedding, they have nothing less than 100,000 kids that are out of school. Jigawa State sponsored mass wedding, they also have nothing less than 100,000 kids that are out of school.
Because there's no more subsidizing of Naira and petroleum, there is a lot of allocation for each state now, but the governors are still doing the same thing. But people won't complain, they want to blame President Tinubu. Oh yeah, go on, son.
In all this mass wedding that they are sponsoring, they spend nothing less than 30 million naira for all of these weddings.
Shende, alright, go on, son.
Where exactly do their priorities lie? If they use that same funds, they'll be able to take back 1,000 kids back to school, which is better than zero.
Yoruba people talk say, Igbẹ̀yìn ló máa yí olókùú àdá. Okay? Let's go on, son.
So why won't they use those funds for things that matter? Mind you, how exactly does this mass wedding even help the state in general? How does it help them? Because it's not like when they get married, they are going to continue taking care of them till they die or give them enough funds for it to satisfy them to take care of the kids that they are about to bring into the world.
Northern Nigerians, this is why you are behind. This is why your illiteracy rate is so high. Pay attention to what your governors and local government are doing. Stop blaming President Tinubu. Finish matter.
You know, I'm not sure that much more needs to be added to what that clip tells us. You know, it's just a lack of ambition in the North, isn't it? And then after they do the mass wedding, then they will take another 50 billion naira to send them to Hajj. And still those kids are on the streets. Still there's poverty anywhere and everywhere even. Still, you know, those kids are on the streets, poverty everywhere, no education, no direction, no industry, no ambition, no plan. You know, all of that in the North, historically and still till today. And every single state is spending 10, 15 billion naira on mass weddings. And then after the mass weddings, they will give them mattress and bags of rice and whatnot and a motorcycle. You know, for them to go and be breeding children so that they can, more children can end up on the streets. You know, there needs to be a Marshall Plan. There needs to be a plan of action in the North. You know, it's just a lack of, for as long as the North is the way it is, Nigeria will never progress. But it looks as though solution is on the way. And this now last clip that I'm about to play you might well be one of the solutions.
So I'm happy to announce today that I'm putting together a team, and we've started work already, of national security experts to commence the production of the first ever independent state security ranking and rating in Nigeria. So I'm happy to announce today that I'm putting together a team, and we've started work already, of national security experts to commence the production of the first ever independent state security ranking and rating in Nigeria. You will then be able to ask a governor, you are number 20 when you became governor. 4 years later, you are now number 30. You have to explain why you failed in security. Because too long, our state governors have been getting away with murder, literally. When you challenge them about insecurity, they point to the presidency. But a lot of the things that make up insecurity is controlled by the states. So More news will be announced about that. And we are hoping if we can do it before the next election, but the next election is January. That's a bit tight. But don't worry. As you come in as governor after next election, you will know your ranking as we are starting. So that we'll be able to now check a year, 2 years, 3 years later where you are in terms of security.
So there it is right there. So there it is right there. I think that's a system that might and should work. So I'll play you the Kegite music. We see who turns up for the conversation. So that's all I have. If you have anything else that's not been covered, let me know in the comment section. Come up and tell me.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, water. Only water, where they see my Hapa oh night oh. Hapa oh night oh. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Ikoko Niru Agbesheme does have nothing to do with us. Joining us, Baba. That's Baba right there. Good to see you. Baba. With Baba comes Zita. Always a delight when Zita is here. Bishop makes up the list. So that's Bishop right there. So good to see you, everyone. Thank you for joining. Still more spaces. Anybody that wants to hop on. Baba, you sound ready to go.
Yes, one man. A very good evening to you from here. I hope your weekend is going well.
Yes, thank you.
My co-panelist, AI, I know you may be busy elsewhere, so I would rather skip saluting you. How are you doing, Bishop? And AKO, I salute you all. And the people of the commentariat, our most favorite IOD Jovi platform is there, quite all right. And Wufoma too is there. Adini Yandero or La, the Ekiti man whose state is doing election today, is there also. And all those I can't readily remember their names. And people, the viewers generally, I know you love this show. The robust debates arising therefrom, you really cherish. If not, you wouldn't be coming back every day. But don't be a spoiler. Don't hide and do it. Show your chest by subscribing. If you haven't done so, please do subscribe. And don't forget to click the like button. And whilst at it, also share possibly to your wider audience. Yes, one man. I'm glad. I think we have people I will consider reasonable, who are thinkers with me. So I think I will touch on that subject, which is going to be very robust, which BRF, that is Babatunde Raji Fashola, touched upon. It's been something we are all hiding from. We don't want to touch it. We always kick the can down the road. Is what I call the Nigerian question. We have not answered that question. And why are we shying away from it? I don't know. It borders on dubiosity not to ask that question of ourselves. If the British people put it together, knot it together, we can unknot it. It's not a Gordian knot that needs some element of code to unknot. Because without asking and answering that question, we are not going anywhere. We will just keep floating. When Fashola put that question again at Pastor Boju, Oyemade's Covenant Nation, I think that was about 2 weeks ago. Saraki was there, Fashola, and who else? I can't remember. But the panelists were quite good thinkers. And I think if we don't answer that question, Nigeria will not move ahead because we are not a country. We are just nation of we are just a people of a country of ethnic nationalities. Our allegiance is firstly to our ethnic group. But 3 years ago, when I started coming to this platform, I said it clearly. I am first, and I repeat it. I am first a Yoruba man. Second, a Nigerian. I am proudly first a Yoruba man. Because my forebears actually were forced into signing a treaty in 1914. We existed hundreds of years before then, if not thousands. And when we were forced into that marriage, we had a life. Before 1914, we had a life. We had lawyers. We had doctors. We had surveyors. We have schools that are reputable internationally. We have power station, the coal one at Ijora. We have ports. The Marina port in Lagos existed before we came into Nigeria. Even the Apapa port, the British helped us to develop it in 1900. We came, they took everything from us, put it in a basket of a country called Nigeria, a kind of loose alliance. They took away everything from me. But luckily also, we had a regional government. And my part of my region, in that geographical expression, that space, did well. We didn't align with anybody. We did not align with anybody. We stood alone. We were not interested in their prime ministership, or we are neither interested in their presidency. When people were happy practicing their bigotry, nepotism within their places, the Nigerian Ports Authority, Radio Nigeria, everything in the name of competence, fake competence. We didn't struggle with anybody, did we? No. We stayed in our own space. We developed. Yet they still came for us to school their children there. We still give them the platform of free education, which they do not appreciate until tomorrow. Whether we like it or I can go on and on and on and on. But until we answer that question, we will not go anywhere. Please, co-panelists, you can join me or interrupt me anytime.
Baba, let me join you because Yes, I like myself very much with some of the things you're saying. But I think where Fashola is inviting the conversation, I think Fashola is talking about our journey. I think that's what he's talking about. That's my interpretation. And I think he's hinting that I think it's quite clear that he was saying that we're not a country, but then it's also inviting that are we a nation? And then if we're saying we are a nation, what does that mean? You know, because if we're saying we're a nation, there's no singularity in that nation.
Yeah, it's ethnic nationality.
Yes, yes. So there's no singularity. I think that's quite clear because if you look throughout the history of that country up to this moment that we're speaking now, everybody assembles, not universally, but in the broad strokes of the nation, people assemble in ethnic stocks and they defend ethnic stocks over and above. You just said it now that you're first a Yoruba over and above everything else. You're happy to be a Nigerian, but if they say they don't want you to be a Nigerian anymore, they cannot on Yoruba you. So that and ditto the
Exactly.
Hausa, Fulani man, the Nupe man, the Igbo man, the XYZ man. And I think that's where he's inviting the conversation that in our evolutionary process, we have not yet, still yet even begun to take the necessary steps to jettison our ethnic jingoism to evolve into a new thing of nationhood, a bit like the Americans, who are a composition of all manners of beings, but they coalesce under that one flag. I don't think we coalesce fully under the Nigerian flag, and I think that's the conversation that Fashola is inviting.
Exactly, one man. Badorian, you are not a kid, though. If you know Quayside, not seaside, Quayside. That's the first port in Lagos, Quayside. And for OC, I don't think the Western region was fair to the Midwest. I'll come to that sometime along the line. But the thing is, if we are evolving, we want to evolve a country, I mean, we should do it properly. We should do it properly. Sit down and renegotiate our partnership. It's very important. You don't just run a country.
Along what lines? Because if we renegotiate, people will embed even deeper into ethnic stocks.
No, the first question when we sit down is, do we want to continue in this partnership on this same trajectory?
But that question was answered by the Goodluck Jonathan confab now. But that question
and where is the result?
Well, they buried it, but it was.
Then it's a non-starter. You can't rely on something you cannot lay your hands on.
Roma, how was the question answered? Good evening. How was it answered during the confab?
Good question.
Under the Goodluck Jonathan confab, all of the big ethnic stocks came together to discuss the Nigerian project. And I think, don't hold me to hostage on the details of it because I'm just going to memory into this conversation. But the broad strokes of what they agreed was that the Nigerian project is something that everybody buys into, but they wanted an acknowledgement of all of the ethnic compositions. That seems to be the general strokes of what Goodluck Jonathan came up with. And when Buhari invited the Rufai committee to revisit that something, I think they came up with just broadly along those same lines as well, just from my memory.
That is not well. I will use the word that that's not totally very accurate, but that's okay. I was thinking that because ab initio, I mean, a lot of people faulted the foundation upon which the that assembly was premised. You know, upon just selected a handful of people that were selected that tend to align with the thought of the. And I remember reading a great number of their reports that time, and there are a number of things that almost everybody disagreed with. Sorry, I was listening to where's the remote? The result of the Ekiti State. By the way, congratulations to Yebamiji. So let's continue. I'll make my own
So
submission.
the result has been declared?
Yes, of course. I mean, I was
landslide, right?
Last slide, 319,224 to PDP 40,000. Won all the 16 local government. I was on the IREP at the era that what the one that
sorry, say those figures again.
319,224. Then PDP 40,000 something. Then ADC 12,000 something. It's gone on my screen.
How do they even begin to argue against that? How can you begin to argue? What court will overturn that? Or audio home?
Don't let's digress. Bishop, go ahead with this Fashola thing, please. Because we can actually engage in a discourse about this as a kind of because I don't get it. Honestly, I mean, look at, for instance, we have a structure even before then. Already, I'll tell you for free that in I think the first telephone line was 1886 between Lagos and Abeokuta. That was the first telephone line.
Yeah.
Before Nigeria was even ever muted as a space.
People that destroyed the regional government and destroyed the 1993 Republican Constitution. They knew what they did and they knew why they did what they did. Unfortunately, we have been traveling by and large on that false premise until we are able to come back together and realize that, look, we need to, at this point, question the basis of our continued union. If we want to go on what basis, let us renege idea that one Nigeria is non-negotiable. It is just a mirage. It's a matter of time. And why I'm sorry, I mean, I'm standing, whatever everybody want to say I'm standing, seems to be the one that bears the load where it is heaviest. We seems to be the one that is most considerate in this union, in this ethnic union. So if we want to really be very sure of ourselves and we want to be very, very truthful to ourselves, we should be able to take a step back and think very, clearly what is the basis of our continued existence. Like you rightly said, Nigeria is a conglomeration of many nations. I mean, yeah, it's a country, but forced together by so many, things that we need to question, and so that we can know how best are we going to perform. We are not performing at our what do you call it now? This is not the best that we should be.
But by the way, talk now, AKO Zita, you can come in as well. But the first question, surely, the first most paramount question is, do we want to continue as a country? I think that question needs to be answered first before anything else.
What I call the Nigerian question. We must first, when we sit down, that's what before the meeting start or negotiations start, that's the question. If we unanimously now say, fine, we want to stay together and continue, then the next question is, on what basis?
I think that this is a topic that is dead on arrival, in my opinion. It's very dead on arrival. The reason why I say that is because if this is something that should have been...
A little bit louder, please.
This idea of the Nigerian project, or who is a Nigerian and who's not a Nigerian, or how do we live among ourselves, this is something that should have been decided, or that was decided long time ago. Even if...
How long ago was that?
What do you mean how long? If you look at the history stuff, if you look at even when the amalgamation of Nigeria took place, things that were involved in the amalgamation of Nigeria, not every ethnic tribe was involved in that agreement. Only major leaders of major nations, I was use nations, right, were involved in the agreement.
So, if you don't mind, how did you now arrive with that? What you just said, that is a subject that is dead on arrival.
Exactly.
Sorry, gentlemen. I think it was trying to flesh it out. Let him flesh it out. Then yeah,
Well, it's contradictory. That's what I'm pointing out.
No. Hold on. Hold on, Ekeo. Pick it up from before the interjection and flesh it out so we have a clear understanding of how you're.
When I say dead on arrival, Nigeria has gone too far for us to be discussing about what does it mean to be Nigerian or kind of revisit that topic of nation. When you bring that to the forefront, what's the word? I had to say this. Is being, yes, I understand you're a Yoruba man before anything, you're an ethnic man before anything, you're an Igbo man before anything, right? But if I can extrapolate, it's just like the colonization of Africa. These were borders that were drawn without our consent, that were decided by people who are not us. But we still decided as a continent to say, okay, you know what? Regardless of who did it, we're going to abide by these, not because of what's it called? Not out of I'm trying to find the right word to use here.
Convenience?
Exactly, not out of convenience, but because as Africans we understood if we don't abide by these borders, Africa is going to be like what Europe is, where you have a Russia who's still fighting today, trying to reclaim, who believe that they own Europe. So now, when I extrapolate that to the Nigerian conversation, it is a dead on arrival because the reason why I say it's dead on arrival is because so much blood has been shed for Nigeria to be where it is today. So much blood.
And where is Nigeria now?
Can I?
Sorry,
can I comment?
Hold on. Hold on.
Nigeria may not be where we want it to be.
No. That's not my question. Where is Nigeria now? So you are saying a lot of blood has been shed in the past for us to be where we are now, but where are we now? Are we bonded more together as a nation now, or are we still as divided as we always have been?
And to add a kicker, what caused the bloodshedding?
One man. Okay, continue.
Can I
interject?
No. Hold on. So we have order. Let AKO make that point. Let talk now. Let talk now. Come in, and then you come in after him.
Would I say Nigeria is in a better shape? I'll be lying to myself if I said Nigeria is in a better shape. It is not.
It's what? Repeat that. I can't.
I'll be lying to myself if I said Nigeria is in a better shape. It is not. Okay. However,
I didn't hear what you said.
Can you hear what I said? Hello?
No, we can hear him clearly. I'm not quite sure.
I didn't hear him clearly.
Madam, you said you wouldn't say Nigeria is in a better shape.
No, I said Nigeria is not in a better shape.
In a better shape, okay.
That's what I said. That's the truth. I'll be lying to myself if I said Nigeria is in a better shape.
Go ahead, please.
However, I believe the point still remains at this point is for us as Nigerians to really ask ourselves, like, I don't want to start. I consider myself a detribalized Nigerian. Yes, I'm of Igbo extraction, but I don't subscribe myself to any sense of ethnic jingoism. And this ethnic jingoism that we're even talking about.
Do you think you stand alone? Do you think you stand alone?
This is something this is something that is not even. This is something that is being perpetuated by not the common Dana. It's being perpetrated by the elites. The elites, when they meet themselves, they don't say, "Oh, you're Igbo, I'm Hausa, you're Yoruba." They all have a shared interest. Whether that interest is legitimate or whether that interest is, some of them they camouflage their interest in the idea of the national cake under the shroud of national cake or under the shroud of unity, whatever it is. But still, they don't look at themselves along the. So why is it that we common people look at ourselves on the lines of ethnicity? Even the concept of the fact that in Nigeria today, when you go for an application or some people ask you, what is your state of origin? Why
Not
should
some people, it's in federal government form. All states have it in their form, up to even your
why
local
should we
government.
No,
why
but
should, no but why should you
hold
be
on.
asking
I think
what is
it's
your
saying
state
it's
of.
not right. Yes.
Yeah, that's not
But
right. Why should I be as a Nigerian? I'm a Nigerian, full stop.
Okay,
Full stop.
so can we interject now or still not?
no,
So,
hold on. Let talk now. Sorry, Bishop.
So that's why I said
Just so we spread it.
that's why I said I'm in Nigeria, full stop. I don't care if you're Yoruba, I don't care if you're Efik, I don't care if you're Bibio, I don't care if you're Igala, I don't care if you're Nupe, I don't care. You're a Nigerian, full stop. That's where the discussion ends. And if there's anybody that wants to put their ethnicity above what that is Nigeria, they are more than free and welcome to leave Nigeria. Simple. Full stop.
All right, talk now.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm a proud Igbo
I
man.
just wanted
No,
to.
hold on, Zeta. Let talk now.
I'm a proud Igbo man, but when it comes to this Nigerian project, I'm more committed to it than myself because I want all of us to live. Obviously there's reality and the theory, but we have to realize at this point we cannot be subscribing to ethnic jingoism and be like, oh, I'm a Yoruba man, and because of that, I'm okay being by myself. No man is an island, and that's my submission.
All right, talk now. So sorry,
Yeah.
can I mute the people not speaking just so that your background noise does not come into? Yeah, but talk now.
Yeah. I just wanted to add to the discussion. So the last speaker is somewhat right.
It's AKO. That was the last
AKO,
speaker.
yes.
Yes.
So I think the key question was, because I partly listened to Fashola's speech. I'm talking about our nation. Is it a country or is it a nation? I think what is key is Nigeria was originally a transaction in the key sense of it. Now, as a nation, I don't think so. The question will be, what is the real definition of a nation? There has to be some form of similarity for you to become a nation. Is it language? Is it culture? Is it perspective? There has to be something that puts us together for us to be called a nation. But unfortunately, I believe that Nigeria is a transactional country. I will tell you why. The people that initially formed it together, of course, was for personal business reason. Now, it's something like different nations coming together to form a country. That's what Nigeria is. You will see the Ijaw nation, you will see the Benin, you will see different people, different culture, different perspective, even different history. And so for some of them, there's no alignment between them at all. That's why you will see a Nupe person, the way he thinks, the way he does business, his perspective to the world, is the way he thinks about culture, the way he thinks about, what he sees as right and wrong is different from the way a Yoruba or a Hausa or an Igbo person will see it. And the truth is, Nigeria just exists as a country, and it has been a transaction, and we've just managed it the way it is. So that is why when we say things like, oh, I'm not a tribal person or I'm not an ethnic person, whether we like it or not. In our DNA and everything that we do, we are somewhat like tribal people because, I mean, that's what.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you
Yes.
this question. Talk now. If the question was asked today, this moment we're speaking now of the Nigerian nation,
Yeah.
of the ethnic compositions of the Nigerian nation, that do they want to continue with the experimentation? What sort of results do you think that question will emerge?
I think it will be splitted to hundreds of ways. There won't be any convergence of a single idea to become like Nigeria.
No. I'm saying if the question was, do we want to continue as Nigeria, or do we want to revert to our ethnic nations? If they gave the Nigerian, if they say, do you want to continue to be Nigerian or to have Yoruba nation, to have Biafra nation, to have Hausa nation, Ijaw nation, etc., what sort of results do you think that question would emerge from the Nigerian people?
If the answer is coming from the heart of every Nigerian, it will be different
What kind
splitter
of
groups.
question is that?
It will be
No,
it
it's Fashola. It's not me. It's Fashola that is asking.
No,
the
no.
question. It's
Fashola self is wrong.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Zita.
So if you check in the heart of hearts of many Nigerians, if you take samples of many Nigerians, the truth is most likely in their heart of hearts for us to go into splitter groups.
That's my
that's the truth. But people will run away from it.
Hold on. Put a percentage to that, and then after that, let Zita come in. I think Zita cannot bear it anymore. She wants to come in. I put a percentage to that. Put a percentage to what you.
I would say 70%.
Yeah, I would go higher than that. But Zita, you wanted to come in.
One man, I don't even know why this argument is going on. First of all, amalgamation is not a crime. And amalgamation doesn't make a country not to be together and work well and achieve their aim and be what they need to be for their citizens. More than over 50 countries were amalgamated on planet Earth. It depends on our understanding about amalgamation.
And those countries, where are they today? Sorry to interject.
Come on now.
Yes.
Are you the one saying this?
Yeah, prominent among which is India.
The
India today is Bangladesh.
No.
India today is Pakistan.
United
What about
Arab Emirates.
What about Switzerland?
Japan, Germany, Malaysia, Italy, all those countries were amalgamated.
Exactly.
It depends on your understanding of amalgamation. But before I lose my thought, can I finish, please? When I finish, you people can
sorry, finish, Zita. But those countries you listed, they amalgamated from free will, not by force. But
excuse me, woman, please. What you are saying is that it is because you were amalgamated. There was no war for you to be amalgamated. Nobody forced you to be amalgamated.
Bam.
You amalgamated out of your own free will, please. Let's not confuse our listeners. Okay?
Bam.
So that being said, please.
Did you say we were amalgamated out of our free will?
Oh man, I'll come after Zita, please.
Hold on. Let her carry on. So just so we have it's just for the structure and for the audience.
But we are having a conversation now.
Of course, now. Did they force you into war?
Sorry, Zita. When I'm saying I want people to establish a position that we know if we are attacking that position or not attacking, disagreeing with it. Zita, carry on. Yeah.
We were amalgamated. Nobody flogged us. There was no war. Nobody forced our hands to sign all those things. So coming to a global platform that we did not amalgamate through our own free will, I don't know where you people got that one from, but that's still okay. Amalgamation doesn't make a country bad. And for people to come here and say, Nigeria, is it a nation or a country? Obviously, Nigeria is a country. And a nation cannot be a country.
No, hold on, Zeta. You still have the floor. But how are you drawing that distinction that Fashola is inviting? What is your country and what is your nation? How are you drawing the distinction in order to make the decision that this is where you stand?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me even start by saying what is a country. A country is a political and geographical entity. It will have a defined, recognized borders, a government, a sovereignty, authority over territories. That's what is called a country. Then what is a nation? A nation is something, a group of people or a state commonly identified by their history, their culture, their language, and all whatnot. So if a nation cannot become a country, it can't. But a nation can be inside a country. So I don't even know where Fashola is getting all those things he's saying. So when you say Yoruba people, yes, Yoruba can be a nation. Igbos can be a nation. The Hausas can be a nation. Go and do your research. But that doesn't mean that Yoruba Hausa...
Sorry, Tita, take this question. Do you think Nigeria has a binding identity that we all coalesce under outside of tribe? Do you think we have a binding identity as a country?
Of course. What binds us together is our territory.
No, I said no identity. Like the Americans have an identity.
No,
the British have an identity.
No.
Do we have an identity?
Hold on. Woman, listen to me. Even in America, they have nations. That's why America is a little bit different. They will tell you it is an economy inside an economy. That's the way they explain it. They will tell you America is we have economies inside an economy in America. They don't want to tell you about different cultures, different ethnicity, or whatever. They call them races inside one country. But they will say that. They will tell you it's an economy inside an economy. Now,
people.
Is that what?
You are miseducating people. We know the German, these German Americans, the British Americans, the Italo Americans.
That is what I'm saying now. That is, but they will not, they say, they call it that way, but they will not tell you they are nations inside.
No, you say that if there is no distinct nationality in America.
Excuse me, I didn't talk about nationality. I told you that an average...
sorry, Tita, sorry, I don't want to pause your thought. But where you are now is where I am with you conversationally. So you are talking about the Americans that they have all of these potpourri, but that potpourri coalesces under one uniform identity. There's an unmistakable American identity. So do we have a Nigerian identity that the man from Yobe, as well as the man from Abakaliki and Ado-Ekiti, that they all coalesce under? Do we have that?
Your identity is Nigeria, which you are being binded by your sovereignty and your government and your territorial borders. That's your identity.
Where is she gone?
Hello?
I think you muted yourself. I thought you were. I thought you were. Yeah.
Your identity is being a part of that territorial borders, being ruled under that government. That is your identity. The moment you belong in that territorial borders, that's your identity. You are a Nigerian. Period. That doesn't mean that inside Nigeria, they don't have nations.
So, sorry, do you think what binds the Americans is territorial borders?
Of course.
Is that what you think it is?
Of course.
You think
and that's,
it is?
Yes, and that's under that territorial...
You
Let
don't
me
think
finish. Let me finish.
Hold on, you will finish. Now just settle down. We're having a conversation. You don't think there's some factor outside of that binds them? There's a certain frisson within that American space that goes beyond the borders because they propel that Americanness so aggressively to bind the people under one. Anyway, I'm not sure we're having the same conversation.
Woman, you are dividing. You are putting two things together. Their identity, the moment you are identified to belong to that territorial borders, you are an American. What you are talking about is believing in that territorial borders, which is born out of orientation. Countries like America has done a lot of job.
All right, go. No, go to that space.
Let's concentrate on the Nigerian space.
Yeah.
Don't
So
let's
go.
digress.
All right, go to what you said now and then apply it to Nigeria. So that
they have done a lot of work on their own by talking about their flag. They are talking about them being the #1 nation in the world by trying to imbibe that nationalism in their citizens. That is a work.
Do we have that?
Well, that's what you have to do. That doesn't mean you are not a nation and a country.
Bam!
That you don't do that doesn't mean you are not a country. Come on now.
Thank you, Madam Zita. Please.
What are you people? What are you discussing here?
That's why I'm surprised. This is a discussion. This shouldn't be a discussion.
Can I come in one man, please?
Sorry.
I'm not done yet because Baba, there is something you said here. I need to correct.
Sorry, by the way, Zita. It's not even my conversation. No, it's Fashola inviting us to have the conversation.
That's my problem with
I'm not done. I will come to what you said. I will come to what you said. That you don't see your country as something you should be proud of. I've told you about a Nigerian that did an app that if I were him, if I am called in a place like this, I'll come out with green, white, green. But he keeps saying he comes from the borders. I've told the story here before. So that you were not giving that orientation because you have a lot of things going into your... I will come to that later. Actually, that's why I came in here this morning to discuss something that I'm thinking about discussing it with one man outside of this platform. So that you are not being given that orientation to carry your shoulder high, that you are a Nigerian. Because of one or two things going on in a country doesn't mean you are not a Nigerian. Get that down deep in your heart. That doesn't mean you are not a Nigerian. But saying that you are a nation, that you are first a nation, and that you are proud to be a nation, I don't even know what you mean by that.
I don't even know what you are so talking about. You have one man is enough. I disturb them. Can I interject her? Because she's miseducating people here. Let us go back to the beginning. Hold on.
Let me say, there is something you said.
Baba, everybody hold on. Zita, just say that thing in 1 minute. Baba wants to come in. Bishop wants to come in.
Fine, they can come in. Let me finish what I'm saying. They shouldn't take my words out of my mouth. Please. Baba was given an opportunity to speak. Halfway he stopped and told everybody to come in.
Yeah. Well,
Baba, you said something.
Yeah.
You said you cannot be de-Yorubanized. I don't know where you got that word from. Yes, you can be de-Yorubanized.
No, one man said it and I support it. I cannot be. He said you cannot be
you can be de-Yorubanized.
You can.
If you look at history, there are a lot of ethnic groups and nations that have been denationalized and de-Yorubanized.
This is where the mistake you are making. We are talking about the Nigerian context, and you are picking America, you are picking Australia, you are picking everywhere. Stay on the Nigerian one.
Can I finish, please?
Everybody,
you gave me a minute. You are taking my time. Let me finish. You know, there is one thing I don't take from anybody.
Zita,
please let
me finish. Can I finish?
Zita, when I say hold on, that includes you. I know you are my girl, but just indulge me. Zita finish, and then people want to come in. So, but let's just be organized for the benefit of the audience. Is what I'm always pushing for. If voices are overlapping, then they're not hearing. Zita, land the point. Baba vehemently disagrees with you, and it wants to, as does Bishop. But land the point.
You know, there is one thing I don't take. When people start talking down on Nigeria or kicking Nigeria out and claiming their ethnicity, I will tell you, you cannot hold that ethnicity alone, except you are a Nigerian. Period. You cannot hold that your ethnicity alone as a nation, because you must be under a country. So if you think that you are a Yoruba man and you say you are first a Yoruba man before you are a Nigerian and nobody can de-Yorubanize you, I can assure you that if you look at history before now, nations has been unnationalized, or if there is any sentence like that, and ethnic groups has been fizzled out of history.
Yes.
So you better hold on to your country. Thank
Look
you,
at
woman.
Switzerland.
Okay, woman, can I come in?
All right, yeah, Baba, then Bishop, Baba, then
You
Bishop, then
see,
AKO.
this is the problem we face in our country. Pretentious people coming out and talking down on people who claim their ethnic nationality. I claim it with my full chest because the comparison you are bringing into this is all wrong. When we talk about amalgamation, where the treaties signed at the same day in a round table, where you have all the emirs, where you have all the ethnic leaders, political leaders sitting down, no. They were signed individually.
No, that's not true.
Listen to me. Let me finish.
That one
I
is
know
not
he's
true. How
okay.
can you say that? How can you say it was signed?
Okay, when did they sign the treaty? Even the treaty of Yoruba land.
It was
Can
signed
I finish? No, one man
1914, and there were 28
ask AKO to
who
stop and let me finish my point. Then he can come in to correct me if he thinks he knows history more than me.
All right,
I also read history as well.
Let Baba land. But Baba,
I can challenge you on that.
But the one thing I can assure you, Baba.
Anytime.
Oh, hold on, AKO. The one thing I can assure you, Baba. AKO, I know the quantity of AKO is not it's a very sharp. It's from hold on. It's from your bracket of society and is highly educated, so it's not a fool. But Baba land.
For instance, when the treaties Yoruba started signed, they are not just one treaty. They are not one treaty. The Alaafin signed one. Lagos as a colony signed another one. And there is another one signed by the Ekiti Parapos or so, if my memory serves me correctly. So in Yoruba land alone, there was 3 treaties, and they were not signed on the same day. I stand on that history as a fact.
That is correct. That's correct.
So you talk as if they sat all these people down in one round table in one single day and give each individual papers to sign. That was not how Nigeria was formed. I've explained it. I don't know when the Sultanate, the Caliphate signed their own. I don't know when the East signed their own. But I know that of the Yoruba land, there were 3 treaties, and they were not signed on the same day. So the thing is, when I'm forced into an organization, do I have a choice? Was I in Belgium when they did the partition of Africa? I was not in Belgium when they carved out Africa. And I'm here.
Berlin, you mean? Berlin.
Yeah, okay. Now that I'm here, and we are practicing a system that is not favorable to my ethnic national group, where things they find in Niger Delta, for instance, they will take it away and take it to the middle. They call it unitary system. And in turn, cuts out of what I produce, what I sweat for, and gave it back to me to use. What kind of system is that? If you are satisfied with that, good for you. But I'm not satisfied. And I say, let us renegotiate. Let us all renegotiate. Everybody have something to feed on and to contribute to the center. And that is the bottom at the bottom of our problem today, because the center has become so unattractive, and this center so attractive. This center that has become attractive is not even defined. It's about winners take all. Okay. You sit in Abuja and you disburse money you took from every other ethnic nationality. You take it there and start disbursing it. Who gave you that authority? You act on the constitution. No, you can't come in now. You act on the constitution given to us by men with the sword. That's the military. Did we sit down and do a referendum on the constitution we are operating now? No. That is why a man can say, because they're agitating a OD, will now go there and kill everybody on top of their resources. What a nation, or what a country. And you are telling me you quote America, you quote this, you quote that. Even look at the British, but nobody is talking about the British. where you have the Irish, the Welsh, the Scots, and the English. Look how they rule themselves. You want to call a Scotsman an English, he will chop off your head. So please, let's put things in their proper perspective, historically and contemporarily. Thank you, woman.
Can I come in, woman, please, just for a minute?
Oh, all right, for a minute, and then Bishop, yeah.
Just to when I was saying the things, everybody was interjecting. It was like I sent off firecrackers. It made me lose my thought. There is something I forgot to say. You know, when I see Nigerians open their mouth to say that amalgamation, or whatever they call it, or whatever they understand it is part of the reason why we are not doing well. It's actually hilarious. Because you know why, woman? The people that did that amalgamation are such a genius. They brought people of the same character, people of the same thinking and behavior. They brought them together and made them a country. Why am I saying this? A Hausa man have ruled Nigeria. A Yoruba man have ruled Nigeria. An Igbo man has ruled Nigeria. A German have ruled Nigeria. And Nigerians are still complaining. Each of them that step up there behaves the same. No difference. Since that amalgamation up to today, tribes and nations in that country called Nigeria has been ruling the same country, and the characteristics are still the same. And still people say it's because of the amalgamation. Draw us, let's go to our own end. Let's control our resources. Let we be our own nation, and then we will do better. The joke is on you, because you never know that you are the same in character. No matter how little circle you form yourself together as a Nigerian, you will still behave the same. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. Bishop, then AKO, and then talk now, Prince Daddy with us as well. Bishop.
I mean, I don't know what Zita meant by saying that people will come and open their mouths. I don't know the people. I don't know the people she's referring to. I don't know the people she's referring to.
No,
respectfully, I hope woman don't. It's not a figure of speech. That's completely disrespectful and unacceptable. You cannot be having conversation with people here. I don't know where you are or who you are, and you come and say people will come and open their mouth like yeah. That's completely disrespectful. It's unacceptable. I don't care. That's by the way. You came here and said something that was a complete disinformation or misinformation. We never had a place at the table when the amalgamation was being discussed. The amalgamation was discussed and promulgated for the administrative convenience of the British. It was for their economy and administrative convenience. Simple. They never put us into consideration. We have natural boundaries. By natural boundaries and by language, there were many nations that were forced together. We did not have any input. And that is a fact. And you come here and say that it was by our consent. Were we there at the Berlin conference? Do we have input in January 1, 1914, when they came up with the amalgamation and came up with the name Nigeria? And we are saying Nigeria is an amalgamation of many countries, and they know people originally identified it. We came up with a Republican constitution in 1963, and that Republican constitution, some people destroyed it and forced us into a nonsense decree number 31, number 34, that forms us into a unitary government. That has never worked. We've lived under that unitary something for almost 60 years now. Where has it taken us? And we know that we have ethnic nationalities that can stand on their own. And if other people want to, let it be a union by consensus. Can we? We are not saying we want to throw Nigeria into the sea, or we want to, what do you call it now? Let us agree the basis of our union. People get married and divorce when the marriage is no longer working, when they are no longer compatible.
And we're saying, and we're bringing all manner of things, just throwing everything into it. Look, Nigeria, I love Nigeria, and I'm sure nobody loves Nigeria more than me. But I'm saying, if Nigeria is not working, and if it is obvious it's not going to work for my children and grandchildren in the future, let us come to the negotiating table and renegotiate the basis of our continued union, existence as a country. The nation is there, it's created by God. It's a unit. And we have so many different ethnic nationalities in Nigeria. Some are very much in the minority. Do we need to protect the minorities? Yes. But do we need to always sacrifice the interest of the majority on the altar of we want to have a Nigeria? I am not against Nigeria. I am only saying, let us research and find out what exactly are the basis of our union. We have the 1963 Constitution. It was working well. For whatever reason, some people gang against it. And we know that they said then, there is this language that Chief Obafemi Awolowo used, that the Sardauna, was it Sardauna? Yeah, Ahmadu Bello, that consented to. That Nigeria is a geographical something.
Mere geographical expression.
The geographical expression. That is the Nigeria. Because what do we have in common completely as Nigeria? I'm not against it, but there are certain truths that we must put at the table and have a conversation around it. So, number one, we did not have contribution in the amalgamation of Nigeria. Number two, the basis, that's something I wanted to respond to earlier on. I almost missed it. The basis, with the constitution that was working, that would have worked best for us. Because what they simply did in 1963, after the destruction, was to say that, look, if you have 7 brothers and one of them is crippled, let everybody be crippled until that one that is crippled can walk and run, so that all of us can work together. No, we can develop at our own individual basis. And if there is a need to not let a hand be hand, you cannot hold every other person that wants to go. You cannot hold them down. We were held down. A lot of the regions were held down. They were held down, and we're still being held down till today. Why? We were not there when they came up with this conversation. In some instances, they separated in the amalgamation and the Berlin Conference. What do they call it now? The sharing. What do they call it now? Partition. Something a partition.
Partition of Africa.
The one they did in Berlin. There is a name they used to call it. When they divided up, they divided brothers and sisters. They divided siblings. For example, Nigerian Republic, Benin Republic. There are a lot of Yorubas in the other side of the border. It was that artificial border.
Even the airway people in Ghana. You have some people in Ghana, you have some people in Togo.
You have a lot of people that were removed from their kids and kin and put in another country. It same thing happens to many people in the southern region of South Africa. No, South Africa has a country now. What I'm saying in essence is this: do we have something to discuss about? Is Nigeria truly indissoluble? No. Is it working the way it is? It is not working. Can it work? Yes, it can work. But that's why everybody is clamoring for when they don't want to use the word regionalism, they now do restructuring. If it is working and there is prospect of it working, why is everybody asking for restructuring? What are we restructuring in the first instance? Why is it that there is so much crisis in one part of the country? We are almost spending half of our earnings because some people want to keep exploring their own mineral resources, but the oil in the Niger Delta belongs to the old Nigerians. But the gold and the rest in Zamfara and other places, and some people are mining it. I learned that they arrested someone with how many tons, how much of gold, and that business has been going on for years. And you say we want to continue in that same way? Absolutely not. We can revisit. There is nothing that says we cannot revisit the 1963 Constitution and go back. Yeah, maybe nobody will be able to declare that. Let's go back to regionalism. But there must be a way we can tinker. Everybody keeps saying that the Constitution is not working. The Constitution is not working. The Constitution, are we going to continue to pretend that it's working? Can we just bring it down and break it down and look at what can we do to improve it? And you are telling me that it's not possible. Nigeria is bigger. Nigeria is not bigger than any individual nation. It is because we agreed to be part of that Nigerian nation, the country Nigeria. My nation is more important to me. Whether you want to abuse me because of that, that is your business. For me, my nation is very important, the Yoruba nation. We have been disrespected, disparaged, we have been abused, we have been maligned, we have been, come on. And we're not saying we cannot have a conversation. Why? We know there are so many things we are not saying because it is very divisive. We know the basis of where we fall apart after the 1960, after the singular event that brought all of us to where we are, 1996 senseless coup, and the needless and senseless war that we were plunged into as a country. We have not finished paying for that price till now. And we are pretending as if all is well. Absolutely no. So there are lots of things to unravel, to open one layer after the other in this. But we must be bold enough to put the facts on the table. It is not by being pushed or by being
or sweeping it under the carpet.
By being demeaning
well.
and pretending that those challenges and those issues are not there. We knew where we were in 1963. We knew what gave rise to the 1963 coup d'etat, and we know the aftermath. We know the man that came up with that nonsense decree, the unification decree. We know the people that contributed. We know people that drafted it for him. We know that is one of the biggest, greatest undoing that have perpetually held Nigeria down. And we are saying we should continue. Now we are trying to see, let's break it down. Okay, we cannot do it all up. Can we have it one step at a time? Do we need 36 states? What give rise to this 36 states? Because some people are feeling insecure and they want to continue their dominance. Are the states really functioning? Were we better off when we have
getting what is supposed to be given to them as per
everybody getting their fair share? I will say we are saying that look, you're not more than nobody's more Nigerian than me.
I sit in my own space, somebody will come and kidnap me.
Nobody's more Nigerian than me. And nobody's giving the respect, the accolade, nobody's giving the credit that is due. That look, okay, some people are making sacrifices. In the past 20 years, we have spent unimaginable amount of resources in trying to stop a senseless insecurity challenges that some people, and they are still fueling it because some people have turned it into a trade. And I have a country, I'm sending my own children to school. The state is doing everything. Some people are doing mass marriage, mass wedding, and sending people to on holy pilgrimage. What's my business? We're talking that let's eliminate.
My child has to score 300 to do geography. Another one will be doing 120
I remember my daughter many years ago got admission wanted to go to University of Port Harcourt. They denied her by saying that your state is not a catchment area. Is not a catchment area to University of Port Harcourt, even though it's a federal university. But I went to check University of Ibadan. The catchment area for University of Ibadan is the whole of Nigeria. How? Do you see anybody from anywhere in the country can come to University of Ibadan? But my own daughter cannot get admission into the University of Port Harcourt because even though she scored a very good point and very good post UME, but because she's not a catchment area, they're not giving her one nonsense course. And that's what we have to endure. We keep enduring. I'm not saying that don't give preference to people. I am saying we should, we can. There is need, there is basis for us to sit down and renegotiate the basis of our continued union as a country. Simple.
All right. Thank you, Bishop. Bishop, let's bring AKO into the conversation. There's almost echoes of Nnamdi Kanu to this sort of conversation. A lot of the things we're speaking about are things that we lampoon Nnamdi Kanu on. So, floor is yours, AKO.
Mr. Woman, that's the irony of this whole discussion. And that's why I'm not subscribing to, this discussion of the way that it's going, There are examples of countries in this world that have, decided to divide themselves on the basis of nations. Like, for example, Yugoslavia, the Balkans, the Balkanization of, there are those countries, Croatia, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Slovenia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, they decided to, divide themselves into those entities, right? Now, what I'm saying is, in respect to Nigeria, I do resonate with the points that Mr. Bishop and Baba have made in terms of the inequalities that exist. Yes, it is not fair that in one region, the resources are for the entire nation, and in another region, the resources are only meant for people within that region, or it's not being shared, it's not being part of the Commonwealth of Nigeria. I agree with you. My thing is, my submission to this conversation is, when we talk about this concept or ideology or topic of Nigeria, it becomes this idea of that Nigeria should be broken down into its nation states or based on ethnic. I think that is a conversation that is foregone. I don't see why we should do that. I personally don't see that why I should do that. And if one party is complaining that, oh, the reason why is because I'm quote unquote marginalized, then it begs the question, have you always been feeling this way? Have you always been feeling marginalized? Because other ethnic tribes can come and say they are also feeling marginalized as well. And even when we talk about this idea of amalgamation, which is something that there are transcripts, actually, there's actually record. There's only one place in Nigeria that actually has a record of, the what's it called? The parties that were present at the amalgamation of, and it's in Calabar at the Obong's Palace. And I know this because I've gone there, and this is part of the research that I've done. And he's the one that has actually a record of that amalgamation in the whole of Nigeria, entity that is Nigeria. And when you even go there to see who are the parties that were involved,
I think every palace do have it.
Not every palace.
Every kingdom do have it. Yeah,
you see
they
that
have a copy.
The Sultan of Sokoto was present. You know that Emir of Kano was present. The Alafin of Oyo was present. The Obong himself was present. Igbo people were not present in that. Other ethnic minorities were not present in that. But at the same time, those people, they could have said, you know what, because we're not present, we have a right to, well, that becomes another whole kind of ones because of Biafra and whatnot, and blah, 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 blah. But I just find it confusing, these conversations, because the parties that were present were not representative. The people that were the so-called leaders that were representative of that amalgamation, especially for, let's say, the Yoruba nation, there was a representative there, right? So now to turn back and say, oh, we were forced. Nobody forced us to be together. I continue to stand, and I agree with Madam Zita on that. Even this idea of, I can give example. I know you want to talk about, but history is a global. It's not just a local. There's context to it, right? But there is history rhymes. It doesn't repeat itself, but history definitely rhymes. And even when I go along the long arc of history, to Madam Zita's point, there are countries that are a conglomerate of nations. One of the perfect examples is Switzerland. Switzerland is a confederation. They're not all the same people, but they found a way to come together. Confederation. Now, if we're talking about the topic of Nigeria itself and this federalism, the issue with Nigeria is, and this issue of restructuring, the issue with Nigeria is the enforcement of what we call federalism or whatever system that's the problem. Is enforcing that political system. That's one of the major issues in Nigeria. On paper, it might make sense, but practically speaking, and that's why I don't, even what senior advocates, with all due respect, Mr. Fashola said, he knows what he's doing when he's making those type of statements. For God's sake, he was a freaking minister under. He was a freaking minister of what? Minister of is it powers or mine? I don't remember. What did he do?
There was a time he had 3 portfolios. Yes, but it was yeah.
So for him to come and say, "Oh, we have to start discussing and asking ourselves about a country and nation," why didn't he say that then? Why is he saying that now? You know, this type of, just because
He's
somebody,
talking absolute
yeah, just
rubbish.
because he's eloquent doesn't mean he's saying anything of substance. I'm sorry. He's not saying anything of substance. What he's saying is just useless, arrant, useless,
Nonsense.
It's nonsense. And that does not, I want to say to Mr. Bishop and Egbon, I want to say, doesn't mean that I don't respect. I respect your ethnicity. But I cannot not come and say, because I respect your ethnicity, I'll now come and disrespect the entity that is Nigeria. No,
I don't quarrel with your point of view. It's your own narration. Did I maybe attack you? No, I don't do that.
I know.
I believe in robust
you
debate.
didn't attack me. No,
And for correction, Ladigbolu one, they are laughing for you, signed that his own treaty for you, the Yoruba nation in Zungeru, according to record.
Exactly. In Zungeru.
So not in Calabar.
No, and I never said it was signed in Calabar. I said
I thought you said
record.
Calabar.
The record.
Okay. He's signing on is in Zungeru.
No, their pictures are there. That's what he's saying.
The
If
document is in the Obong's Palace.
You see their pictures.
The transcript is in the Obong's Palace.
Okay, I thought you said that's where they went to.
No, that's not where they went. No. That I was just saying that document to see the is in.
Eko, let me ask you a question. Why do you think? Because if you look at the Nigerian landscape, especially in the southern region, I'm not sure what's going on in the north, but if you look at Boko Haram, it's somewhat an ethnic nation agitation as well. So why do you think that that fervor for ethnic nationhood still persists in Nigeria now? You know, if that is what the people want, then we cannot just sweep it under the carpet.
It's not what the people want. It's more.
Let me answer if they will let me. Let me answer. One man. If you go to any country.
Hold on, Ike. Hold on, Zita. Come in after Ike.
I want you to answer Madam Zita, but I want to answer too as well. Yeah. This idea of why is there their favor is not because it's, you know, sometimes when I like to think about this as orientation, national orientation, right? It's true, in Nigeria, we don't have a sense of national orientation, right? But at the same time, I like to put the blame on our elites. They're the ones that are trooping up this sentiment of nationalism. Because like I said, when they relate to themselves, they don't say, oh, you're Igbo, you're Efik, you're Dibio, you're Anang, you're this thing. They all relate to themselves. They all happily discuss with themselves. So why is it we, the common people, are discussing about such trivial issues? We shouldn't be discussing about trivial issues, because if this was so serious, why are they not discussing at the top? Why are they not discussing? Why are they not say, okay, no?
Let me ask you a question, Eke.
Let me answer the first one you asked before you answer.
Madam Sister, go ahead, please.
One man, every nation have ethnical crisis. No nation on earth that doesn't have it. So because Nigeria have is there anything like ethnical crisis? Doesn't mean they shouldn't be a country. That's my point.
Well, are they a country of their free will? Is the wider question now.
The question you should be asking.
You can't hold them hostage to nationhood now against their will.
By the way,
let me give you an example. There is something I wanted to say.
By the way, nobody.
But let me say it now.
Nigeria.
One man, you are talking about nations in Nigeria as a country and people that don't want to be together. The question you should be asking yourself that made me say that the people that actually put these nations together to form a Nigeria are actually genius, because we behave the same. Before Nigerian Biafran War, how was Nigeria? That Nigeria was being handed over to Nigerians to rule, instead of them to imbibe that nationalism in us, to boost our country, they decide to fight the war of the laws of the ring. And that thing brought a great division in Nigeria up to today.
Bam.
And as the years pass by, it keep expanding. How was Nigeria before the Nigerian Biafran War?
Bam.
That's the question every Nigerian should be asking. So if you think it's the amalgamation that you were one Yoruba man that has been there for 1 million years, and all of a sudden, I remind you that those people that amalgamated us did not blow a whistle and bring us together. They tore our land. They tore our terrain. Go and read what Lord Lugard wrote about Nigeria. He didn't write it about Yoruba. And when you finish reading it, you tell me a
Have you read what he said perspectively about the Yorubas, about the Igbos, and about the
if you
Hausas
read what Lord
individually? Did
Lugard
you read that?
wrote about Nigerians, I'm not talking about Yorubas. I said what Lord Lugard wrote about Nigerians. You tell me a tribe in Nigeria that does not behave that thing he wrote. So the amalgamation is not you people's problem. Stop putting your hands. We are fond of blaming every other person except us. Our problem is with us, not with any amalgamation.
Woman, can I
Sorry
come in?
about that.
Sorry, Baba. Before you come in, I think Prince Daddy wants to come in. He's not spoken yet. Prince.
Mr. Bishop wanted to say something. No?
Yeah, but we've not heard Prince Daddy at all. Yeah, Prince.
Yeah. Thanks, Woman. Can everybody hear me? Yeah.
We can hear you, but not
we
loud,
can hear you.
but clear.
Yeah, it's clear enough. Yeah, carry on, Prince.
All right. Thank you. Just a couple of minutes. Fine. A lot of stuff said, a lot of points made. But one thing, one man on your show, one common motif or pattern on your show that we all, I would say, exemplify, especially to Niger, is to bring up an example that the outcome is already defined. What I'm trying to say, in other words, we look at the success of one country or one nation, and we give them credit and use that as an example that we all should embody, which doesn't make sense because we don't know the history, the makeup, the variables, and a whole host of other things that bring about that outcome. A lot of things have been said on this topic, but let me just point to the ones I remember. I think it was AKO said, "No man is an island." Well, a man of 40 plus million people can be an island. I think the Yorubas, they have the population just like all the major ethnic group in Nigeria. They can be independently a nation on their own. So, I mean, 40 million people, that's a lot of people. A lot of countries in this world don't have that many population. So it is true that the Yorubas or the Igbos or the Hausa can be separate if they want to. Absolutely, they can be. But so far, I think Baba can alluded to it. We have this topic is an issue of history, anachronistic accounts of history, perhaps. We have interpretation, definition, and so much stuff at play here. I guess we can be right or wrong in our own way, based on how we look at it. People that want Nigeria as a nation, there's nothing wrong with that. If some people feel otherwise, I think, of course, they had the legitimate concern to feel that way, to be separate from the country. More likely than the other way around, ethnic identity or tribes are more likely to stay together than a nation and a country, quite frankly. And I think that's proven more so than the other way around. A country can break up, but the ethnic identity of that country can separate and still remain viable. Okay, some nations, they've been able to absorb the different ethnic groups in the country. An example is Rwanda, which is kind of a terrible example, anyways, because I heard a Nigerian politician, I believe, on television making a case for why we should detribalize Nigeria. in order to become a country like Rwanda. Because if you do away with all our identities, then maybe Nigeria will be more of a stable nation country. Which is, I mean, it sounds good on paper. Not only good on paper, it does work supposedly in Rwanda, but it does. I don't think it's going to work in Nigeria. Nigeria is a much bigger country, more diverse, and so many stuff going on in that country. To want to mash everybody together to be one, it's a crazy idea, and that's why if it works somewhere, doesn't mean it's going to work everywhere in another place. So I heard Switzerland, I believe, came up quite a few times, but but you get to mention also that the foundation in which Switzerland was brought together was agreed upon by all the parties, and that's why it remained the way it is up to today. Okay, not the mix match, approach that Nigeria had, and some people came and broke it up with the military coup and this and that. So a lot of things have happened over the years. So there are legitimate concerns everywhere from all sides, absolutely from all sides. Which other point I was trying to make that came up? But so, anyways, let me wrap it up by saying it's some people hold that ethnic identity more closely to their chest, I would say, maybe than others actually. But looking at the composition of Nigeria right now, actually, if you look at it, the way we all are tribalistic one way or the other, it looks like we all are the same in terms of our identity or our affinity to our tribe or background. But I like to disagree somewhat. I think Madam Zita said it, that we all behave the same. Human behavior can tend to be the same if put in a quote unquote a structured way, in a structured place. You'll be surprised the way they do corruption in Nigeria is not different than the way they do damn corruption in America and in other places. The same damn thing. So because our leaders, be Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, whatever, become president or whatever, and they behave the same way, bad behavior, they steal the same way, they do corruption the same way, doesn't mean we're the same. It just happened in that little position, so to speak. We tend to behave the same. Just like there are characteristics of human behavior that are the same all across the world, even though these people are far apart. They don't share nothing in common, but due to history and documentation, we can see behavior that transmutes, so to speak, all across the world. It's human behavior, so we're not all the same. Someone made a good point earlier that the behavior. I'm not sure the tribe the person used, a behavior, whatever. The way we are a product of the product of the way we think, the way we behave, our culture. It's what makes us a person. That's what forms our identity. It is true that the way an Igbo person or a Yoruba or an Ibibo person will approach business, it can be totally different. Yes, it can be, because we're not all the same. We have different culture and traditions, rituals, the way we are all brought up. Of course, if you put people together in the same place over many years, there's going to be a lot of assimilation and similarities coming that may pop up as a result of them being together. But I think we are distinct people in that country. So far, the structure of Nigeria is not benefiting everyone equally. Quite frankly, as been delineated by some people in terms of what Bishop said regarding admission into university and maybe getting jobs at the federal level. So there are inequalities all around that country, and it's not unique to Nigeria. I think Madam Zita said it. No country is perfect. Not at all. No country is perfect. And if given the opportunity, everyone or every tribe wants everything to themselves and want this and that in such a perfect way, in a perfect manner. But in the real world, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. So I wrap it up by saying, I guess maybe it goes back to the same question. The way Nigeria is composed right now, is it beneficial to the majority or just the minority that's complaining? Thanks, one man.
Okay, one man, can I come in, please?
Yes, you can come in, but Charles, no unconventional behavior there. I saw you doing some funky things. No, none of your juvenile, not whatnot.
One man, I'm in Nigeria.
You are in Nigeria?
Yes.
Oh, all right. Hold on. Point your window outside. Point your camera outside. Let me see. That's inside. Outside. That's not
it?
Nigeria. I can't see
Yes,
Nigeria.
I am. You don't know. You don't know the type of war.
Okay. No, switch on the TV. Switch on the TV. Do you have a television there?
No, there's no TV inside here.
Oh, okay. They let you in Nigeria. I will order your arrest immediately. Don't move. Somebody will be knocking on your door immediately.
For what?
After everything you said about Nigeria, you are going there, Charles?
Yeah.
Are you on holiday?
Yes.
Are you by yourself or you went with your folks?
By myself.
No, you don't be silly, Charles. Where did you start traveling by yourself? Have you gone to the village or are you still in the city?
Yes, I have.
Is that the village?
Yes.
Are you in the village now? So that's
Yeah.
that.
No,
Yeah, where?
I'm in the town. Yeah, but I ask people questions about the election and stuff. I ask when people questions what they say.
Where are you in Nigeria? Where are you in Owerri or
Enugu?
Enugu. All right. All right. And how are you finding it?
I'm seeing improvement.
All right. Has Daddy taking you home to find your wife? Is that what it is?
No, I'm seeing improvement. Do you know the Enugu Onisha Expressway?
Yes.
The one in Umuahia, the building.
Ekunu.
No, the one the Ministry
Are you
of
in
Federal
Ekunu?
Government. No, the one the Ministry of Federal Government building. The federal government. The guy Umuahia.
All right. Charles, let me ask you a question. You landed in Lagos. You landed in Lagos, did you?
Yes.
And did you fly from Lagos to Enugu, or you drove by road?
I fly.
All right. I was going to ask you how many constructions you were seeing on your way, but you could see the work being done by Tinubu. Could you in your own?
Even in Enugu, you can attest to the fact there are many construction sites.
It's saying it now. That's what he's saying now. Charles, carry on. You are seeing all the constructions being done by Umahi.
Yeah, the Enugu Onisha Expressway is modern, standard now.
But not Umahi.
Have they finished it or is it near finish? Or...
No, it's done. It's
done.
Yes.
And it wasn't there the last time you went.
No. But one thing I know, I'm noticing more like security checkpoints.
Well, you know why that is?
That has always been a thing now.
No. It's not always a thing. It's more now than usually.
What about the street lights on the Arte Expressway?
There's no street light on the expressway, but it's like standard.
Okay, one man, let's go ahead.
Oh, all right, let's carry on. Oh,
yes.
All right, Baba. Sorry, Baba, you wanted to come in.
I wanted to come in.
What did NDC get in Ekiti election? You've not told us.
I don't think they put up a candidate though. Bishop was the one monitoring the elections. I think he said 2,000 or something.
No, NDC did not collect anything. No.
Okay. What I wanted to say.
Baba.
Yes,
NDC was not on the ballot.
Yeah, exactly.
They're in the ballot. I saw them.
One man,
NDC
good morning.
was
NDC did
not
not collect
on
anything.
the ballot.
They are in the ballot.
In Ekiti State?
Yes.
Madam Vita, they have already decided, they have already concluded the registration and set the date for the election before NDC got registered
she will talk
in February.
confidently as if she is
Now,
correct.
I followed the election
No,
from the
because
beginning to the
what
end.
they were showing me, they did. Is it not one hand that folded like this? Is it not
No,
what he's
it's
saying?
a victory sign. NDC is victory sign. 2 fingers in V form.
Okay. Then I must be mistaking that sign for NDC.
Okay.
There's one hand that folded like this that is in the ballot. A
No, I think
folded
that's
hand.
ADC, like shaking of hands or so.
All right.
Please, let Mr. Baba go.
Yeah, but Baba, go on. But let me say this. I'm going to drop. Ola is in the background to let people in and out. He cannot come in fully because I don't think it's a fully geared up.
One man,
Yeah.
can I say something before you go?
Yeah.
Baba,
No, go ahead, please.
Morning to everyone. I missed some parts of the conversation, but I caught a statement, two statements actually, that I think we need to address because I think it's interesting. I think the statement concerns what someone said about what were we before the Biafran War. The state of the Nigerian people, of the different Nigerian nations before the Biafran War, is the fact that everybody was disgruntled. In the years between 1960 and 1966, there was grand nepotism in the National Civil Service, the Federal Civil Service. In the South, we had disgruntled elements. There was some disgruntlement that caused what is now Edo and Delta to leave what was the Southwest. There was disgruntlement in the North Central parts of Plateau, Jos. I believe there were protests in Jos, multiple protests in Jos between 63 and 66. Baba, am I correct? Please correct me if I'm wrong. At least from 1957.
So sorry, carry on, but I have to drop. Ola will carry on with this. It's in the background to let people in and out, but it cannot come in fully. But okay. I trust that you guys can manage the conversation amongst yourselves.
No, I think we're all matured. We are
DOG is here as well. So
one man.
The super chatter was Ola. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. So Ola is in the background, but he cannot come on the screen. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning, one man. Thank you. So I think there was a lot of disgruntled elements. Apparently, if you are to listen to the likes of what's this Ben Boulier and the likes, and if you were to take their accounts as credible, they claim that they were disgruntled, and that was one of the reasons they struck. So going into the Civil War, the actions of January 15, preceding January 15, and the actions after January 15 was because of the mutual suspicion and the fact that everybody was disgruntled. And we then like to bring up the issue of Rwanda. Academic studies have shown that in Rwanda, there's actually a blind robbery happening. I would not like to discuss them because they've decided to not discuss them, but what I see in Rwanda is similar to what happened between the Hausa and the Fulani. The Hausa have the majority. They were blindfolded by the Fulani to believe that they had a common interest in calling themselves Hausa Fulani. But the Hausa people have woken up recently to find out that while they are the Hausa Fulani, the Fulani dominate them. And that is what is happening in Rwanda, where you have the Hutus and the Tutsis. After the genocide, they've decided that they don't want to have ethnic identities. And then you turn around and you find out that 75% of the administration, 75% of senior management, both in public and private interests, are dominated by the Tutsis. So what's the point of diminishing the idea of ethnic identity if one group of people would then, subtly dominate the others?
Can I tell you what is the idea?
There's a robbery going on in Rwanda, and I hate it when people use it as a detailed example.
The idea is that they can do it without you getting disgruntled. That's the idea of diminishing ethnicity.
What led to the civil war is exactly what is happening in Rwanda, and I can bet now or in the future, the Hutus will be disgruntled again, and they will have something else coming. I can bet it. So,
they've been muzzled, but now nobody's allowed to discuss their ethnic identity.
They've been muzzled because the same individual, a particular individual that was a primary participant in the conflict, that being Kagame, because a lot of people don't know the issue of Kagame, is the same individual that shortly after they finished the genocide, he being the vice president, he managed to force the Hutu president out of the way.
Yeah.
He was his deputy, and since then, he has brought himself into power since 1994. or 1996 or thereabouts. And he has almost refused to go away. He is essentially like Biya. He is another Biya. He's a sit-tight dictator using the cover of democracy.
And you know the same thing happened in Zimbabwe. When the late Mugabe got the independence together with Reverend Bishop Ndabaninge Sitole.
Yes.
And he pushed Sitole out.
He pushed Sitole, exactly, yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
So Kagame is using force. Rwanda is not a good example. There's major suppression of the press, major suppression of dissent, major suppression of citizens' rights in Rwanda. It's a terrible idea of a country to follow. They have a sit-tight dictator. They have a benevolent dictator.
And his son is to take over from him.
They have a benevolent dictator, and that is all they are. And they have been, and the Tutsis are no different to the Fulani. In fact, they share ethnic ideas because they are both nomadic in nature, and they are both individuals that depend on rearing cows. They share that very much. If you look into their history, they all descended from Berberi tribes. Don't use them as an example. They're terrible and most indecent example. So that is that. We shouldn't glorify what was happening before the Civil War. What led us to the Civil War was the fact that we are disgruntled and we are independent nations, and that is what led to it. The only thing that I like about Nigeria is this: it protects the minority. That's the only reason for me as an individual, as a Yoruba person, that will continue to go on with the Nigerian project. Because I fear for what would happen to the minorities that are brothers that are small.
Bam.
That is the only thing that makes me ever think about the fear of a Nigeria breaking up. Nigeria has far too many small ethnic minorities that I fear will be caught up in any conclusions by some of this because when I see people speak, it makes me annoyed. We talk so flippantly, Yoruba, Igbo, and the supposed Hausa and Fulani. We are so flippant in the way we speak, and we speak as though there are no other Nigerians. There's the
Kanuri, Becham,
there's the
Edo,
Kanuri, there's so many people.
Urhobo, and
We
all the
treat
rest.
them like they don't matter.
Isarkiri.
That is why someone will wake up in the morning and talk about, oh, some people have never had the taste of the presidency. How dare you? What about the others? They don't deserve it.
Now, for the records, just to chip in something, I just to answer, what do I say? I am not advocating that there should be no Nigeria. I am not advocating for the breakup of Nigeria. I have never. I am saying there is a basis, there is a need for us to renegotiate the basis of
that is the point, Bishop. They are missing.
Bishop, I'm agreeing with you absolutely. That's what I'm agreeing with.
100%.
I'm agreeing with you 100%.
If they say it's not necessary, why did we have the confab of during Obasanjo's time? We had another one during Jonathan's time, and they kept on bearing the results of those confab.
So if we negotiate and we look at this presidential system of election, how many people sat down to say Obasanjo only imposed it because of his personal relationship with Jimmy Carter? That was it. It was just Obasanjo's fiat after the 1978 confab. And he was just obsessed with the presidential system of election. I mean, presidential system of government, because America is practicing it. It was not because it worked for us. And when we try to compare our political, what do I call it now, with America, I think we are missing the point. Because America is unique. Even though as America, as mighty and almighty America is today, everybody still identify their roots. The Germans, the Dutch,
even along religious line, we have the Episcopalian, what they call them. We have the WAPs. We have all this. We have different Christian group. We have what we call the Christian belt.
Exactly. The idea of what you just said now, that the interest of the minority must be protected. That is the sacrifice we have made.
And do you know, Bishop? The Sultan, Sir Ahmadu Bello,
recognize this fact. That was why it was when Zeke were saying we are the same. And he told Zeke we were not the same people. And that was why even up to 1966,
knew that we are not the
even
same.
up to 1966, all Southerners working in the North were on contract.
And
even in the academia, they were on contract, professors, doctors.
They will only employ a Southerner for positions whereby they cannot get a competent or qualified Northerner, and it is going to be on
From
contract.
Egypt, Pakistan, they import lecturers, professionals, even before a Southern Nigerian. This was the thing we're doing. We will have even gained the independence before 1957 when Ghana got their own. They did not say they were not ready. That was the hurry.
Baba, let me just repeat this. In the early 70s, after the Civil War, we had foreigners in Nigerian army, especially in some of the specialized corps, medical, engineering, and the rest. Are we saying? I mean, we know we have Pakistanis, we have I think some Indians in Nigerian army wearing Nigerian army uniform and our ranks. Are we saying there were no qualified medical doctors in the southern Nigeria at that time? The answer is no. It is to create a kind of, I don't know, the kind of balance we're trying to create.
Bishop, they are still doing it up till now. I have a cousin that just resigned from Sokoto State Polytechnic. He was given 10 years on contract.
Mm-hmm. In the country.
Doing it up till now.
In the what we call a country.
We have lecturers from Sudan. We have lecturers from Egypt that are being paid humongously. Are we saying so I'm not saying that we should discount, throw Nigeria away. No, I'm saying if we are not moving and we are not at our full potential, at our full speed, can we sit down and have a very holistic conversation? What is the basis? How do we want? Look, when we had plebiscite that gave us Midwest, we know where it originated from. Some people in the what do they call this? Decided to go with Cameroon, Southern Cameroon, from Nigeria. They know the reason why they prefer to go, because they felt they were being very dominated and used by a larger ethnic group, that they were not being given fair treatment. So I'm saying I love Nigeria, but there is a need for us to discuss. If we need to dot the I's and cross the T's, okay, we have tasted what do they call it now? The presidential system. We tried the other one, the British system. What do they call them now? What's the system of government I want to Parliamentary system. We have tasted the parliamentary. Now let us go back now with our head cool, our head down. How did we navigate it today? How are we navigating it there? And you're making a very small.
We even toyed with Daiki at some time.
We're making
where the military and civilian were ruling together during IBB's time.
When
those fake transitions.
The gentleman that spoke, that was speaking just before now, was making reference to the crisis in 1963. You are not putting the whole picture in perspectives that people were disgruntled. What was the basis of that disgruntlement? What was making people to be disgruntled? What was the basis of our disagreement as at that time? When after the independence in 1960, we came up with the Republican in 1963, the election. The Republican Constitution. And the Republican Constitution, we have not even practiced it for 5 years.
Bishop,
Yes,
sorry, you will continue, sir, but I know that people are afraid. They don't want to talk of what is actually happening. There are two major ethnic groups. No, maybe the other one is not so major. There are two major ethnic nationality creating crisis in that country. I know you don't want to. Igbo and Fulani. So you may be laughing. It's not funny.
Sorry, Ola, it elicited laughter when they don't want to talk about it.
Yes, I know. I see the way Bishop is being diplomatic. Let's see.
You had this thing. Sorry, Yeah, you know, fruit. There's somebody used one. I said a fruit is one that blushes modesty and indelicacy of our thought. When we brush, when we blush modesty because we don't want to be overtly offensive to the sentiments sentiments and feelings of some people. So we try to moderate it. I mean, we're being liberal. That's our nature, kind of.
No, Bishop, if we really want to stay as one Nigeria, those things needs to be addressed because the drivers behind all those things up to now is still not eliminated. That is why you see some people still trying to sponsor indigenous bill up to now without thinking of the consequences. That is why you see some people, they are telling you that Lagos is the estate of their grandfather. The entire southern Nigeria is the extension of their own grandfather. So you can't have two major ethnic nationality that thinks others are their subjects, and people are still talking of one Nigeria. It's not going to work. It's never going to work. So when people are saying there are some minority people in Nigeria, yeah, the minority people might decide to say, okay, they want to join the other major ethnic group of their choice. You know, there is no country across the world that they don't have their minority group. Whether you want to talk of China, you want to talk of Japan, it has always been like that. So the thing is, you can't be dragging me back in the name of one Nigeria, whereas we don't share the same value. We have different motives. Your motives is to come and take my land and dominate me, but you are saying one Nigeria, right? But what you want to do on my land, I can't go and do on your land. You are saying one Nigeria. So if there's no fairness and equity, there's no, so we can't be pushing this narrative without being sincere. You understand? We all know that Azikiwe had that motive of annexing South. That was one of the reasons they push out Midwest out of Western Nigeria. You know, Awolowo was in jail, Nahoro was in jail when they did all these things. The simple question: why were those people pushed in jail before they did all those stuff? And we saw how everything manifested during the Biafra War too. You understand? It pointed to everything. Bishop, you are being diplomatic, sir. So I just felt I should just come and lend my voice before I run back to my background.
Yeah, I agree with you, sir.
Ola, where did you get your boldness this morning for talking the way you are talking?
Sir, where are you?
You are always pragmatic when you are talking now. So what do you call what is where this country comes from?
What is funky now? I'm here. I'm where I cannot shout too much. That's why when I don't shout, no, I'm hiding somewhere. So when I come back to where I can shout, we see me shout.
Qatar 6-1.
Olawala Biabu.
No. I get environment where I know fish out. I beg.
They're
Bishop,
talking about these things, guys. I just
continue,
feel,
sir.
I just feel again, is democracy really helping us when it comes to these things? Because, like, for example, somebody like Buhari, when he was president, called the East a dot. I think we don't rate those people because they are minorities. We think they don't have numbers. And I think that is why in our democracy, people with numbers seem to be as if they are the ones in control of things. If that makes sense.
Hello, is everybody there?
Yes.
Everything just went quiet.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, I was wondering, maybe it was my network.
Anyway, so I know. So when we call for that conversation, we're not calling for the disembarment or the breaking up of Nigeria. We're just saying, let us renegotiate the basis of our continued.
But that's the point I'm making, sir. So if you say let's negotiate, I think at the long run, with this way the country runs, people with numbers seem to have more say than the minorities. So whatever they will still agree on will still look as if it doesn't favor the minorities that we are trying to.
Well, there's something we cannot control. Majority will have their way, minorities will have their say, but it should be documented. Now, like I said earlier on, and I'm repeating it for obvious reasons. We are not saying let's not have Nigeria. We are saying we can have a Nigeria that will negotiate the basis of our continued union, and everybody will be happy. And when I mean everybody will be happy, does not mean that everybody will get the same thing. There's no society like that. But people will be proud of their heritage, and they are willingly identifying with the people they want to identify with. So, in as much as there is no unnecessary dominance or domination like the one we are having in Rwanda, and I thank you for that gentleman that pointed out that Rwanda, because it's a very bad example. And every time people want to talk about Rwanda, I said, do you know this man, how Kagame is ruling Rwanda? Do you know for how long he's been there? And people will want to talk about development, and they'll be using Rwanda as a business for, and they'll be using Rwanda. The same thing they will be using Singapore. Is it Singapore now? Lee Kuan Yew. Do you know how Lee Kuan Yew ruled Singapore? He was more dictatorial.
Or China, which is a communist country or a socialist country.
We even know that one is even a communist. But even Singapore.
And Singapore is a dictatorship. He ruled for over 30 years.
It was a ruthless dictatorship. Ruthless. It was worse than the man was worse than a military dictator. If you disagree with him, either you end up in jail, or you end up 6 feet below the ground, or you end up in exile. It has no room for. You cannot.
But that's the problem with the majority of Nigerians. Sometimes I look at people, they don't even know what they wish for. Sometimes
we just be making.
They just pick things on surface and talk to their ignorant audience, and I laugh. Even professors do it.
And some people will just come, they'll make outlandish, very outlandish, and they will just tell you Rwanda is working. Rwanda. I'll just look at Rwanda.
And a man worked for just 3 years. You want to cut his head off.
No, Rwanda is not
power.
working.
This is that.
If you go to Rwanda, I've gone to Kigali. One of the things I noticed in Kigali is that they have assembly plants, but even the average Rwanda cannot afford Volkswagen to drive. It's just bicycle they be using, or they be walking around.
Rwanda is far from Nigeria. Rwanda is so far. We have our shortcomings. We make so many mistakes.
Bishop, let me tell you, it's because we lack patriotism. The people that says all these things, they are just saying it to tout the country. Let me give you, for example, look at the way they were projecting Burkina Faso when this guy came in that time. Burkina Faso, then after that, they were using example of Senegal. Look at what is happening in Senegal.
How can you compare Burkina Faso and Senegal to Nigeria?
We honestly,
no, they were doing it now.
We were here on this platform now.
When some middle-aged men are glorifying military rulership.
They were praising Niger.
Can you imagine anybody glorifying military dictatorship?
They were not there.
People were calling for coup, that the military should take over. When it was happening in the likes of the Niger and all those places. And I'm thinking, do you people even know what you are wishing for?
Even rational mind. It's not here. It can listen to us. Rational mind was part of them that time.
Rational mind is not a serious person sometimes, Jerry. No, to be honest, to be fair, how do you sit down and wish for coup in a country? Why would you want that? Coup is not. You think coup is a good thing? How does that help us in any way from where we're coming from and where we are at the moment? And I just feel the educational system in Nigeria is not helping as well. And maybe the government should bring up more enlightenment, programs that enlighten people the more. Because like online, when you talk to people, I was having a conversation with some guy. The guy is Igbo. I know it doesn't come out as if he supports Obi or he wants Obi. But when we have discussion, he will be telling me, I'm saying this. What about the people that are well-read, that are saying the policies are not good and all that? I say, because people are well-read doesn't mean they are more intelligent than you, that you do. That sometimes, and the problem I see with people is, okay, recently, like a few days ago, I saw something going around. There is a man in Canada claiming he's good with Obi and Tinubu. Then he went to say, the Prime Minister of Canada, when he wants to fly, they will go and get Air Canada. Then they will remove the sticker. They will now put the sticker of Canada on it.
That's a lie.
which is a lie.
That's
But
a
all of
flat
them
out lie.
believe him. All of them believe him. And I look at that.
But why
What
do
kind
they do
of
that? Please tell me. Why do they
some
do
people
that?
That guy needs to be arrested.
want popularity on platform. They want they want to feel as if they are making sense, like they are politically correct.
Is that not devilishness?
How
That's
can they say that
devilishness,
he's
and
Air
that's the
Canada?
problem I have with people. And this is
The
what I'm
Prime Minister of
saying.
Canada has his own jet.
Jet, exactly.
Separate
So
from Air
I'm
Canada.
thinking, and everybody was supporting him, clapping for it because it just suits their narrative. They didn't think, what this man has said. Let me check it. Let me research it. Oh, no, honestly, it's painful.
There is someone call himself a professor that call himself professor of law.
Is a professor of statistics as well?
No, hold on, no.
And
Someone teaches law.
Okay.
And after being and is a son, I won't mention name so that before someone
I
will
know
say
you're
no.
talking about Mr. Ola.
You understand? He blatantly lied that you need 25% to win to be declared the president of the country. You need 25% of Abuja. You understand? A son and a professor of law.
I can't believe he said that. When he said that, I
Well, I
opened my
mention
mouth.
his name now. It is bad.
Don't mention the name. No,
Don't mention the name.
Why didn't he say it? They say you are scared. You're always scared. Now you are not. You are
Mr.
already.
Allah is not scared. He's not scared.
Hey, why can't you mention his name? Didn't he say it? He said it. It's when he didn't say it.
And I think that professor ran himself into trouble somewhere in the UK, right? So I've not mentioned name. I'm just saying,
Hey, Allah. Anyway, so this thing to me in the past few days, I've just been looking at it, and it's so annoying and frustrating to see that people can't think outside of the box. And when is it laziness? I try to sit down and think about what is really the problem of people. Why are we this biased to the point that we can't figure out things and look at, okay, what this person is saying, is it making sense? Why can't you check before you start? Yeah.
Have you ever studied sociology?
No.
Anthropology.
And anthropology, man and his environment. Actually, when you go everywhere in the world, you will discover that the leaders that people chose, you discover a majority of the people, they don't think right. That is not the truth. But in Nigeria, the excuse we can give is that there is no enough civilization and there is no enough education for people to see what is right or what is wrong.
Bro, I believe we have I believe we have everything.
There's not enough.
I believe we have everything to be civilized enough. People are just getting civilized in the wrong direction. That's the problem.
Talk now, Remy. Let me give you an example of the one today. During the election period going on in Ekiti State, Ayo Fayoshe's younger brother came on air. You know what he was saying?
Isaac,
he said, INEC, those uncollected voters registration, the ID cards, that INEC pass it to ADC. And ADC has, listen carefully, how they manipulate Nigerians. Say, and ADC distributed it to people without cards. And those people, when they go, the machine will not capture their thumbprint or their faces, yet they're allowed to vote. And I asked myself, can't they arrest this old man?
It just popped up now while you were even talking about it. Funny enough, that people have refused to vote. Thank you, people, for refusing to go ahead with the voting in Ekiti. Did they cancel the election or something?
You see, how can somebody carry a card that is not your own, and you think the beavers will register you? It will not register you, and nobody will accredit you to vote. But he's put it.
Isaac is too extra. That is what I don't like about him. He's too extra.
But the irony of it is that the people would believe him just like that.
That's my point. That's what I'm saying. That why do average Nigerians hear something, they run away with it, believe it, and just not think, what is this person saying? And little things that you can even check. People will buy it, and it's a lie. And they will argue with it, what they've just heard. They didn't even check whether it's true or not, but they will come and argue because they think the person is more learned or the person is well read. They just believe him. It's crazy to me.
Nigerian government also like too, so they cause a problem.
So you see, I have a serious problem with the quality of our public discourse in Nigeria now. And unfortunately, it is among the so-called people that are educated. I don't let me use the word literate. They go to school, Now, this one affects me personally. There is this campaign now that is going on, attempt to social re-engineering and to rewrite the history of the Yorubas, where some people will just come up and say, imagine somebody coming on national television and nobody is calling him to order and saying there are indigenous Igbo in Oyo, indigenous Igbo in Osun, indigenous Igbo, and nobody can drive them out. And
Who said that?
somebody there is there now, it's there, go and read it. And another one came up and said, look, Ile-Ife is actually the Igbos that owned it, that they were the original people in Ile-Ife, that it is called Ule Ufe or something. And that there are several of such.
Sorry, Bishop, there's a conference on it last week now. Last month in Abuja. Even the Bill of Onitsha said everything there.
I think that one will also promote regionalism or
No,
whatever.
Remy,
I'm coming 1 second.
You see what Bishop is saying is really the modern day and a serious danger we are facing now.
Yes, so Mr. Bishop, that's a big problem. I'm an Igbo person.
What Bishop is saying.
Why did you say it's a big problem, Ola?
And they are not pushing
Ola, can I
so-called leaders are not pushing back. They are not telling them,
why did
don't
you
go
say
that
it's a big
direction.
problem? Can you people hear me?
We are hearing you.
Can you hear me?
We are hearing
I will tell you why I say it.
We are hearing you. Let me answer you.
Okay.
Let me answer you very boldly, because we are already cooking another civil war in Nigeria.
But you can say there is indigenous people, Yoruba people in Brazil. I never see something.
Listen, let me ask you a question straight away. Please permit me. Are there no indigenous Yoruba in Brazil?
Wait.
Can you answer that question? Are there indigenous
If you
Igbos?
believe there is indigenous people,
don't tell me.
Hold on.
Don't use that. Don't use that reverse psychology. Don't use reverse psychology.
There is.
Are there indigenous Igbo people in Oyo State?
None. There is none. If you believe there is indigenous Yoruba people in Brazil, then there is indigenous Igbo people in your land.
No,
Maranzita, that is
no, yes, Maranzita is like, because that Brazil, those are slave, this thing is there were no indigenous there.
This is the dumbest thing anybody will say. There are indigenous Igbo in Yoruba land, in Ibadan, in Oyo State. They are the one that owns Igbo. They are the ones that own Ijebu Igbo. If you are one of the people that believe that
Mr.
nonsense,
Bishop, me and you know that that's not true.
Then you are cooking.
When you say people are indigenous, Yoruba in Brazil, they own Brazil.
Let me
they
answer.
own Brazil, right?
Let me
so
answer.
the indigenous Yoruba people in Brazil own Brazil.
They migrated to Brazil.
Okay, hold on. Let me answer Madam Zita before I escape again. You see, Madam Zita, why I say this thing is dangerous is this. You see this narrative that people pass down even from 1960, then from 1970 down, is still creating a serious problem. You understand? The narrative of what led to that civil war and what we are facing today, sorry to say, the Igbo elders, or maybe the Igbo academia, the people in the academic, some of them too that we should trust, they've lied to the generation that came after them, and innocently or probably ignorantly, and people that exist now, they carry that propaganda as if they were speaking the whole truth of the situation. Now, the saving grace, the documentation, the publication that preceded all those events, they were the saving grace now. But when you now go to the internet space now, some people, they are publishing rubbish. And we are in the era of AI, an era of information.
AI is not smart to basically distinguish from.
So where people just go online, thinking they will get the best of information from online. But unfortunately, all these people that are making propaganda, they've already dominated that place, and they are dominating that digital space with lies and propaganda. Now, it now takes someone that has access to some kind of academic research paper. Those people that are, that can now go and really verify the read, fact, and truth. So that is why I said it is dangerous, because a lot of lies flies now, and people are taking those lies as the truth. So, madam, that's why I
Mr.
said,
Ola, look at
let me say something.
Mr. Ola. Wait, Mr. Remy, I just want to say, look at Igbo people come and say that some people will come and say they have ancestry to Israel and the Son of God, and I just look at them like you don't even know. You don't. Even, I hate when I hear that, when Igbo people say that nonsense, that we have ancestral to Israel, and I say, look at these people. Like, where is this? Where are you coming from? I hate when people say that.
and some people believe that, right?
And they believe that stupidly.
Now,
think all
Passant came here several times.
Genetically, the only people in Nigeria that
Just
have any
as you
ancestry to the
believe,
Middle
just
East.
the person that is saying that bullshit about Igbos and the being a Jew, just as you believe that there are indigenous people, Yoruba people in Brazil,
But
so
that is
will
true
somebody
now. That is
believe
true.
as an Igbo man
No, but
is a Jew.
Mr. Remy, how can you say that?
You people, listen to me. You guys don't seem to understand the consequences of what you people claim. You don't. But you feel the consequence. Hold on, let me finish. You feel that consequences when somebody is claiming your land.
Yes, Madam Zita, yeah, you are right. I support you.
You know, sometimes when I talk, people start asking me, is it that you support xenophobia? I say no.
No.
I don't support it. But people coming into somebody's space to lay hold of it is actually annoying. I am not saying you cannot come into somebody's space, have a job, live there, and go. But you see this claim, people go around claiming, it's actually annoying.
Ridiculous.
It is ridiculous, and it's going to cause a lot of fatality.
Exactly.
If you people don't take your time, you people should stop claiming that thing. It's just like the other day, I saw somebody saying he's a black British.
I swear. I said, what?
He said he's a black British. You see, when it gets to your space, Igbo people are conjoining their own now, telling you how maybe some group of Igbos has settled in a particular place in Oyo for some decades, and they're not claiming that space. You see how you people are reacting. But we wag our tail all over the world, claiming and claiming and claiming. It doesn't work that way.
All
And
right.
I repeat myself, if you believe that you have indigenous Yoruba people in Brazil, you have no choice than to believe that there is indigenous
But Madam Zita, let me clarify that. Mr. Ola, let me correct it on your behalf, Mr. Ola.
Finish now. You guys don't want to hear truth. Let us finish.
Hold on. I will soon leave the screen. Don't worry. Hold on.
Is it not me supposed to?
Why are you leaving to Mr. Ola?
Madam. I think it's a misconception. There is no indigenous people
Bam.
of Yoruba
Exactly.
in Brazil. That's the fact. But there are Brazilians that
Who have
trace
Yoruba
their
ancestry.
ancestral route to West Africa. They don't classify them as the indigenous group. At least I've crossed that under Brazilian law. So
In fact, it's a wrong example. Very wrong.
Exactly.
She just cited it to prove a point. She knows what she's doing. She's just being clever.
There's nobody in Brazil that claims to be indigenous Yoruba.
Has there any Yoruba person that have gone to Brazil and say, okay, I'm from Brazil?
And I think also, Madam Zita, let me make a correction. The Yorubas in Nigeria did not lay claim to the Brazilians. The Brazilians in Brazil decided that after reviewing their ancestry, that they have connections to Yoruba people as a consequence of the transatlantic slave trade. So
they actually have like a
Let me ask you a question.
Same thing the you are doing now.
Let me ask you a
Simba,
question.
I hand over to you. Let me step back.
Mr. Ola, where you
So it's not a good comparison, is what I'm saying.
Let me tell you, it is a very good comparison because there is hold on. if you people will let me,
Sorry, Madam Zita, go ahead.
is there a tribe in Brazil called Yorubas?
No, there's none.
Okay, so why are you saying there is indigenous people in Yoruba
But
in
nobody
Brazil?
ever said that.
Nobody said indigenous Brazilians, indigenous Yoruba in Brazil. Nobody ever said that. Not and not the Brazilians
Where
who
is
trace their.
Mike?
They trace their
Where is
heritage.
Mike? Because he has said it here
Oh,
severally.
Mike,
You
Mike,
see,
Mike.
do you know why I brought up that issue? Do you know why I brought up this issue? Somebody says I'm just being a clever and half by comparing it. You see, humans do migrate
Mm-hmm.
a lot.
Yes.
They be moving about from the beginning of time. But that does not mean
They're
that
indigenous.
as the years pass by, as decades, centuries, people started settling in a particular places and claiming it. And now that we have reached this level, it becomes legal or illegal for you to step into those land that those people have settled and claimed to be their own. Why am I saying this? Because people say a lot of things in the media. So when I mean media, I mean both social media and media houses
Dangerous. Yeah, it's very dangerous.
that are very, very dangerous. They call it freedom of speech, but it's freedom of chaos. I was listening to a 15-year-old girl. They were interviewing in South Africa. Is it 15? She's 17. This girl
17.
opened her mouth. I am not a South African. No. I don't support people buying people because they came to their country. There are several ways of telling somebody to get the hell out of your country without harming them. Several ways. This girl, she says she comes from the Democratic Republic of Congo, wherever. Some people I don't even want to know.
DRC.
Do you know what she's saying in front of the camera? That South Africans are treating her as if she does not belong there. My head started shooting popcorn.
But she doesn't belong there. She's not South African.
I said, who told this girl that she belongs in South Africa? Are you people kidding me? What is going on? What is going on? I'm condemning what South Africa, this is a global platform, I'm condemning what they are doing. That's okay. But that doesn't give you equal right as the citizens of the country that I condemn it. For a 17-year-old girl to do, if you see the anger on her face.
But you've not asked if she's actually a citizen of South Africa.
That's
Listen,
different, though.
it does not matter. I have said this severally on this platform. A citizenship you acquired can be
Naturalization
taken away
can be
from
taken
you
away from you.
anytime.
Madam Zita, I know that. I'm not one of these people that likes to, but I'm just saying that I think there's individuals that you can make an exception for.
Listen, if the citizens of a country are telling you don't belong to their country, either you leave or you sort it out with their government.
Yes,
Don't
that's
belong
true.
there, you don't belong. You are not them. Come on now. You are not
But
them.
that's the thing. I think what makes it, Madam Zita, what makes the South African situation very precarious is because you actually have you have a situation that is not official.
Exactly.
Okay, and that is what makes it very precarious. And that is one thing that their government is making a failure now that they will pay for heavily in the future.
Yeah. Ramaphosa will pay heavily for it.
He will pay heavily, of course, because he's actually now putting himself, the government are putting themselves in front street, and they might suffer at the International Criminal Court because individuals ultimately might take them to because what the government is failing. Wait. Let me finish. The government is failing in their duty to protect not just citizens, but individuals that live within that country.
God bless you. They were so quiet, not doing anything on your
let me say
streets.
something that will shock
Can I
you
say this,
people.
please? Can I
Let
say
me
this?
say
So
something
they actually, it's a tacit support, and it's very dangerous because
let me say something that will
no,
shock you
I
people.
want to say because I've been keeping quiet
For
for a long
politicians
time.
to win
No,
election.
You see, you come here.
Madam Zita.
Okay, finish.
Let me say this. What I discovered, I just through a little research I did was that after 1994, when Mandela became their president, and when the country was booming with a lot of foreign investors, a lot of people all over Africa trooping, Nigerians, Zimbabwe, wherever, and they make a living for themselves, where the local people became so lazy. And I would quickly want to just oppose it with what is happening in Nigeria today. The economy of Nigeria is growing now, but majority of Nigerian youth are online claiming nothing changes, blah 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 blah. In that analysis the man made, he said in 10 years or 15 years from now, where we are going to have a lot of foreign investors holding Nigeria economy, because recently more Chinese, Japanese, and the rest, Indian, they troop into Nigeria buying land and the rest. That if we are not careful, what happened in South Africa will happen in Nigeria too. Just opposed to 20 years in future, where most of the investors are foreigners, then Nigeria will start saying chase them out again.
Mr. Remy.
But South Africa is not the first. It happened in East Africa. It happened in Kenya. They chased the Indians away.
No.
So we can condemn what South Africa
It happened in Nigeria. We changed Ghanaians say, wait,
Yes.
let me say what I want to say.
Yeah, madam.
Somebody made a comment here. You said it's not official. I know sometimes we contradict ourselves.
What's not official?
That is the Islamophobic. It's not legal. Like it's not coming from the government.
Oh.
Okay. We come here, we talk about our nations. I heard a lot of Nigerians today talking about their nations. That is come first, not Nigeria. I bring it back to South Africa. That thing is actually South African tradition. So it's legal. The government cannot do anything about it. And they will never do anything about it. It's their tradition. Right from time immemorial, when they fought
The Zulu, yeah.
everything, it's been their tradition. Anytime they see a foreigner, they believe a foreigner should not prosper more than them. I have a lot of them here. And anytime they sit around me and complain about a white...
Black Africa, not foreigner. White foreigner are there. I say black. Anytime they see black.
It's black person.
Like
yeah.
No, wait, let me finish.
Okay.
I have a lot of them here, South Africans.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime they sit, black South Africans, anytime they sit around me and complain about being racialized by what I told them, just shut up. You shouldn't be complaining about what is your tradition. That is your tradition. You believe in your tradition that as a South African, it's only when you don't prosper that a foreigner can prosper. That is their tradition. So, and a South African seeing you working 3 jobs, you are a gyno or you are a neurosurgeon in South Africa, doing so well. They see you drive past with a Mercedes. It angers them. They don't care whether you are working your ass up to get to be where you are. They say, no, it shouldn't be them. Even when they don't have brain to become a doctor, they will say, it shouldn't be you. It should be them driving that car. It's the prosperity they look at, not what you do to prosper. So it's their tradition. So somebody saying what they're doing in South Africa is illegal, like it's not, the good thing is that it's not from their government, it's actually ridiculous. Because the government cannot do anything about it.
Ireland deported South Africa 2 days ago, 50 of them with charter flight back to their country. I said that's very good.
Madam Zita, Madam Zita, you are conflicting my position with the idea
That's not
that
what
maybe
Mr. Rogini was saying.
okay. I'm saying that the government are putting themselves in a very, very precarious situation. The reason is this: the international business, the people doing business are watching. Okay, and like you said already, yes, you just actually just made my point for me. The notion, okay, now you're going to go to an hospital and you're going to take a gynecologist and you're going to force him and walk him out of the hospital, walk him out of the job, a consultant. Why? Because he's not a South African.
Not South African. Come on, it's ridiculous.
And then the government and the police that should protect him, that should protect him, are just going to stand idly and watch him be assaulted. And you think he's not going to go to court?
Watch him and be assaulted. Let me tell you this: all over the world, that some people do their own civilly, or that some people, their tradition, their policies, stifling their hands from attacking you, doesn't mean it doesn't happen in every nation. It happens everywhere. Nowhere in the world that the indigenous will see themselves suffering and you see you as a foreigner, whether you acquire their citizenship or not, prospering, they don't like it.
But then, Madam Zita, isn't that the issue of government?
You don't understand. I'm telling you, humans, how we live.
But indigenous, right?
Let me explain.
Of government.
Please, let me explain. Why this is important to me to say this in this global platform is that I am technically advising migrants to day your day. Period.
Are you telling migrants to not work hard and not to achieve anything in life because they are migratory? I don't get your concept because you're saying that someone is upset because they see someone doing well. Well, I'm going to limit myself in life because of some lazy,
No,
we are not fighting them now. That's what you're saying. But you're making an argument that makes no sense.
Mr. Rogini, that's why I said it's more of a government issue.
I'm telling you that all over the world they wouldn't like you.
Why? What part of the world? What part of the world do people?
Madam,
I mean, come on. What argument are you making now, Madam Zita?
I want to give you an example of what you're saying. I don't give a story.
But do you?
What she's saying is true now. I don't know why what you guys are.
Wait. Let me even ask her a question. Let me ask you a question, Madam Zita. As you as an individual, Madam Zita, are you as an individual? Are you limiting yourself in life because you're a migrant? Tell me that.
Is that what?
Are you limiting yourself in life because you're a migrant? You don't work hard. You don't aspire.
We don't like you.
No, we're not talking about day your day. No, this is not matter of day your day. You are talking about someone is living their life, working hard. No, this is no matter of day your day. Okay, I understand day your day.
You see that thing that 17-year-old girl said? I will never say it. If I
will never say it as well.
Let me finish now. You asked me a question. If I am here today, as I did here today, the indigenous of this place start agitating.
I pack my bag. I won't even complain. I pack my bag. Go. Yeah, not my country.
I'll go. It's not my own.
It's not my own. Yes.
Any place me with you go die together.
Nigeria. Of course. If they start agitating today, I pack my bag. I go. I buy ticket for my kids. I go.
Because this claim, I'm not saying you go, after all, they are still the ones that are going to give you that job anyway. It's the country that is going to give you that job. Are you saying you should not work hard? No, they give you that opportunity to work hard. You don't just come in and start working hard.
Yep.
Madam Zita, you are conflicting. Madam Zita, you are conflicting two things. You are conflicting two different things.
How am I
Madam Zita, you made an example and said, "Oh, in South Africa, there are funny people. If the locals see a gynecologist driving by in his Mercedes Benz, they feel like he shouldn't have an entitlement to live to the pursuit of his happiness because he's wait. That is what I'm addressing, because that is actually do not use that example, because that then says that a migrant has no right to the pursuit of his happiness, number one, and he has no right to desire to be excellent.
And Mr.
You
Gidi,
see,
don't use
why
that
I'm
example.
discussing this thing, my cousin Cletus,
Madam
very
Peter, I think the
wealthy. Let
problem,
me finish. My cousin Cletus, if I call his surname, probably you people might know him. For those who were picking Nigerians in the 90s that were very wealthy, he was butchered inside his Mercedes Benz in South Africa. He's very wealthy in South Africa. He was butchered. He was attacked. He didn't know that they have started their Isdofebe. He has already gone to his work, his business. And when he had it, unfortunately for him, instead of him finding a way to hide, he was driving to the police station to be taken care of. He ran into them and they killed him. And nothing happened.
But then,
in as much as my family has their tentacles, they fought it. But nothing happened. Why am I saying this? You said, I didn't understand your question. You are saying if you are a doctor working in a hospital, they come to pull you out. Will the police watch? In the first place, when they come to pull you out, police will not be there. Trust me. Police will not be
Then
there.
they have a failed state then. In that case, they have a failed state.
That's why I said it is their tradition. You keep talking about a failed state. It is their tradition.
Well, they don't intend to move forward then.
You have
But they're
to
moving
send you
forward.
to South Africa to go and live. So to have
To
that
me,
experience,
they're moving
you
forward.
have to send you to South Africa to live. To have that experience.
I don't understand. They're moving forward.
Triumph,
Okay.
can you hear me?
So,
Can you hear me, please?
Mr. Roman.
yeah, we are hearing
Mr.
you.
Remy.
Yeah, let me quickly make this this thing.
Okay,
The way I look at it is this. I think, unfortunately, for most Black South Africans, they are not learned enough, and there is no civilization. And the way
Mr. Remy, don't say that.
Mr. Remy, don't say that to. Don't say that. It happened to me last 4 years ago. Yeah, in France. Yeah, in France. It happened to me.
I know that if you are an immigrant and you are successful in a foreign land, it also associated with what kind of income are you getting. If you are a surgeon or a doctor, I cannot expect you to be living in the countryside because the money being paid for you is supposed to for you to live among the elite. But unfortunately for most Black Africans, they find themselves in the interland, now competing with their shops, selling this, selling that. And because these people, maybe they are not oriented enough, or maybe they are not exposed enough.
They are lazy and they are economically disenfranchised. Don't let us hide behind the words.
All of this
Mr. Rogidi, how can you say that now?
Because that's something that's been well observed. They wake up in the morning and the first thing they want to do is drink beer.
That you have this experience.
They want to drink beer. They want to drink beer early in the morning. They don't want to go and work hard. That's what they want to do.
That they work hard too now. My worker told me that I came here to come and take their women, their money, and their businesses. That I should leave their country. What do you want to tell me?
We are not talking.
Hold on.
No,
One voice,
Mr. Ola, you're back.
Hey, guys, one voice, please. So
okay, let me continue.
Please continue.
Quickly, I will stop now. The way I see it at the end of the day is this: when you are an immigrant, you cannot just say day or day, because the countries you are, they also want you to be fully integrated into their society. They are not asking you that once you go to your work, just stay in your home or just be doing like a tortoise all around. No, they want you full integration. Some country will also give you that integration when you come in, telling you this is our way of life, our culture, what you expect to do. And if you are not saying day or day, so why you travel abroad day or day? Day or day means you are not even socializing, you are not integrating, you are not doing nothing. And I think the bane of contention in that country, unfortunately, is because their interland, most of their local people are extremely lazy. And when you go to their town, you see that most of the businesses are being taken over by foreigners. So they are not comfortable with it. But like you said, it's their country. If they want to kick you out, they can kick you out anytime.
But Mr. Remy, just to follow your point, I'm sorry, Ms. Madam Sita, when she said that indigenous will never allow immigrants to prosper, they cannot be suffering and watching. The problem then becomes the government of the day. It's up to the government to implement policy that allows for indigenous to succeed in that country. And South Africa has not established policy for them to train local South Africans to do those jobs, whether it's high-level jobs or low-level jobs. They haven't invested in their local population. That's the truth.
That is not the truth.
But I totally
That's not
don't
the
agree.
truth. Let me explain.
Remy, I honestly don't. I totally don't agree
It's
with
not
that.
true. It's not true.
Number one, most people, these people are attacking and burning down their shops or locking their shops up are people that are just doing mere business that any South African can wake up and do. They are not going to factories to chase people out from
They
working.
even have what's the name? They have government grants for all these things. If they want to be opening shops, they have government grants.
My major issue was how come let's just assume how come in a country like that citizens are mobilizing themselves to attack people, to beat people, and there is no police force stopping them. But there are rather like people in uniform. There are rather people in uniform even supporting them. Like
it's a very dangerous thing for business. People are
it's more like
saying they are doing very well. They are not doing very well. They are not doing very well.
Most of the shops are locked. Everywhere is quiet. Bear with it. You people chase people out. So deal with it.
Ako, can I tell you something? I'll bring you an example.
Please, if you don't mind. Let's call a spade a spade. What is happening in South Africa is total madness. And the government is complicit in that madness. For context, the total percentage, the total population of foreigners, all these African foreigners and the rest, in South Africa we are talking about, excluding the whites, it's less than 4%, between 4 and 5%. So if 95% or 90% are saying it is 4% or 5% of the people that are blocking your own way to prosperity, then something is really wrong. Something is fundamentally wrong.
We all know their problem. We all know they are lazy. We all know they are lazy.
Let us. I'll land in a minute.
Let him land his point.
Let us call a spade a spade. What is happening in South Africa? It is criminality that is being enabled, encouraged, probably sponsored
by the ANC government. Yes.
Yeah.
So it is a total failure of leadership, and it is just a matter of time before the
Ramaphosa is a beneficiary of the way South Africa is.
The African Union and the African countries have been too lenient.
It is just a matter of time before the cookies crumble.
Yeah,
it is going to crumble at some point. Because how can you say 5%? Oh, they are saying they are the criminals. Go and look at their prison record. What is the percentage of Africans in their prisons? Less than 2.something% or 3.something%.
Yeah.
The total percentage of foreigners is less than 5%.
The country, South Africa is probably the rape capital of Africa. It's the petty armed robbery. Armed robberies. If your car stops at the traffic light, you are likely to be robbed.
What are you even saying? When they went to a Chinese shop last week, they went to chase some Chinese away. Do you see what some of the South Africans were doing? They were looting things from those shops.
Yeah.
Remember when they killed?
I see the shop of that Zimbabwean woman as well. As soon as that woman went, they looked at the woman's shop dry.
Remember when they killed this reggae musician? What's his name?
Lucky Dube. They thought he was
Lucky Dube. Yeah, they thought he was a Nigerian.
Do you know what is exactly? God bless you.
The robbers thought he was a Nigerian.
They did not know he was South African. They thought he was Nigerian. How insane! How terribly insane can a set of people be? So look, we might decorate it. We might want to look for any excuse, whatever. The truth of the matter.
Are we Nigeria to know hypocrite by saying, according to Bishop, that 4%, if 4% is the one that they said is their problem, that is total madness. But is that not exactly what we Nigerians are doing? We say Fulani that is less than how many percent
What
out of
percent?
250 million.
How many percent is Fulani?
Mr.
Wait,
Option, how
let
far,
me
How
how
many
let
can
me
you
percent
land.
say
is
I've never
that?
said
Fulani?
anything
How
since. Don't
can
let
you
me
make
land.
such
How
comparison?
can you make such
No, wait
How
equivocation?
can
now.
you make such
Let me say my land
But
now.
nobody in Nigeria has gone around to be rounding Fulani
Wait,
people up and
let
claiming
me
that they are
say
the
my point.
universal problem in Nigeria.
Nobody have even heard. Okay, what did I want to say? Nobody. Oh yeah, tell me what I want to say.
Go ahead.
So if we say the total madness in South Africa, according to Bishop, that the 4%, they would not say 4% is their problem, that is the one holding them back. Is that not exactly what we two are saying in Nigeria? That out of 230 million, 250 million, we say less than 6 million people is the one, Fulani, is the one that want to take over Nigeria.
How did
That
you
is,
arrive by
Nobody has
Fulani can
ever
make that
said,
statement?
nobody has ever made that allegation.
what
Nobody
are you
has
talking
made that
about? Fulani want
allegation.
to take over Nigeria. What is Nigeria?
Hold on,
How
Arun.
can they even take over Nigeria? How can they?
Criticize
And
him. Oh my God.
sustainably take
Hold
over
on.
Nigeria? How can they? Even if they try
Hold
to.
on. Hold
These
on,
Do you
guys
know how
always
big
say they have
Nigeria
surrounded
is?
Fulani have surrounded all the bush. They want to take over
Hold on.
Nigeria. They want to Islamize Nigeria.
Bishop want
So
to
what are
ask
we saying?
Niger man
Bishop,
how
please
you
ask the
arrive at that.
question.
Bishop,
I
please go
only
ahead,
asked
sir.
the question: how did you arrive at that population of Fulanis in Nigeria? By saying they are
Statistics
not
of if you check it now by yourself, you see the 6 million. Fulani has only 6 million.
How
6
do you
million
know it's
by
6
population.
million?
It's there by you. Just take it there. So it's not something I make up.
Okay. What we know in the public space is that
Do we have
Hausas,
a
they are the
national
largest.
population census to back
You don't
that
have
up?
sensors, so.
Hold on. Hausa have the largest population, followed by Yoruba, followed by Igbo, then followed by Ijo. Then Kanuri and Fulani, they are about the same population. So there is one of those.
Kanuri cannot be the same population as Fulani. The
Fulani, how is that
Kanuri
possible?
has definitely more than the Fulani.
Okay, whichever. But the thing is, what's the basis for that Niger man comparison?
So
Because
sorry.
how exactly can you? exactly my
What?
point.
Let
Wait
me
now.
You
let me
just
That's the
respond.
deviate
question. Let me
from.
answer.
Please, you
No,
did not
make
allow
you
the
land the
man to.
point.
You did not allow the man to respond to me. What he said is
Bishop,
the
don't let Niger man respond. He
Why
just
population.
not?
Okay.
What's the meaning of that?
Niger man. This is just your anti-Yoruba, the Benin
What is
Kilokwe.
Yoruba here now? Did I mention Yoruba here now?
I'm just pulling your leg, you just come out for here.
Okay, Fulani not Yoruba.
Okay, everybody, hold on. Let's
Oh
allow
my God, this guy.
Niger man and Bishop to sort it out.
I want to hear.
AKO, John, AKO, please hold on. Bishop and
I am
Niger man, let
saying
us.
the population of
Say.
Fulani on record in Nigeria is more than 20 million. You are saying it's 6 million. I'm only
Yeah,
asking
really?
you.
They reach
What?
that?
Yes, now.
Oh.
You can verify. Ask AI, whatever way, if you have access to.
Oh,
No,
sorry,
So
6%.
I want
Really?
to
Oh,
know your.
I used to think they were less than 5
Okay,
million. Oh.
let's
6%
have
I said,
conversation.
6% I wanted to say.
Hold on, Bishop.
Let's
Don't
have
let us make
conversation.
mistake of asking AI.
AI
When
is
you ask AI like that, you just ask AI to go to reliable academic research or Nigeria Bureau of
Oh, I want
Statistics
to
to
say
establish
6%.
the population. So because if you see it at random, you will see some propaganda experts.
size numbers.
They've
Yeah.
been manipulating public data now. So there are many falsified data you find somewhere. So
But Bishop, one thing, can I ask a question? Can I ask Bishop a question?
Go ahead.
I think for me, the problem I have with the purported Fulani population of 20 million is how many of those individuals are truly Nigerian
Nigerians.
as of October 1, 1960.
even
Because
as
that
of
is where
even as of 2015,
because
even as of 2015.
that is where we can say because it's the same thing as saying someone from Togo. There are Yoruba people in Togo. Imagine if the Yoruba people in Togo will now start counting them, because we know that one of the problems with us and the insecurity that we are having in parts of the north, the border towns, even in Katsina, is the fact. And even the president and some of his people have even made this, have alluded to it, that they have cousins. I remember when the issue happened in Niger. What was the argument? Oh, they have cousins and it's just a street between them. So how many of those people are truly Nigerian?
Okay, so this
So the Yoruba now in Togo is no more Yoruba or what? What are you saying?
Well, they are Yoruba, but they are not Nigerian.
So if you now say your cousins in Togo in Benin Republic, is that
they are not Nigerian? They are not Nigerian.
See, Yoruba in Togo or Republic of Benin, they are part of Yoruba nation, but they are not Nigerians.
But they are not Nigerians.
They are not Nigerians.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying now. If you now say Yoruba in Togo or Benin, they are our cousin, what is wrong with that? Is there anything wrong with that?
We cannot count them in the population census of Nigeria.
Did women
we are
count
not
them? Women say
counting.
they are cousin. Did women count them to Nigeria population?
We are not counting them.
It's
That's the thing, though. What I'm just saying is that there's a what I'm saying is I'm suspicious that 20 million is inflated because a good percentage of those individuals are not Nigerians. And we know for a fact, Bishop, I was looking at.
When I went to Borno, when you go to the border between Borno and Chad, it's not even a fortified. It's just you can just walk across. Literally, you can walk across.
And the product problem we have is this: we know that people are falsifying and getting indigenship certificates because there was an incident recently in Lagos where you had individuals that are not Lagos indigents getting, and I think it was when the army was in some army recruitment. Yeah. And they found individuals getting false and getting actually authentic. They weren't fake. They were not indigents, but they were fraudulently getting indigenous certificates. So it's possible that you have people that are not Nigerians that are being facilitated by Nigerians to boost
you guys accept that I'm a Yoruba man, yes or no? Am I a Yoruba man?
How many? What is the population of Yoruba in Nigeria? Can you give us any estimate?
I think something between 40 something and 50 and 60 million.
And you believe in it? It's not 45.
I think there's no reason to believe it's falsified because we can do a rough data tabulation looking at we can do a rough data tabulation looking at states, looking at
am I a Yoruba man? I was born and brought up in
You people are conflating two different things. We are not talking about in-country census. We are talking about external individuals who are not Nigerians being calculated as Nigerians. We are not talking about in-country. We are not talking about Yoruba, Igbo, Fulani.
Am I a Yoruba man? Am I a Yoruba man? I want to ask you.
I don't know if you call yourself a Yoruba man, if you call yourself a Yoruba man and you believe in Yoruba principles and ethics and you abide by them, then you're a Yoruba man, I guess.
Thank you.
Where is his family house? No, let's
talk. When it reach my turn, please call me.
I don't. That's where I'm going to. Where I'm going to is not to do with
everybody. Everybody, hold on. Who has not spoken? Let's do that thing. So,
Mr. Triumph and
sorry, Bishop, or I beg, no vex. I cut you off. Sorry, I was actually
Bishop. I have not spoken.
Everybody, hold on now. Everybody, who are those people that are here to speak? So that
I have not spoken because I've kept quiet.
I know you. Yes.
Remy never.
I've not spoken. I have not.
No.
To the end, the platform.
I know Remy now. Yes. What about DOG? Has DOG spoken?
Not really, but I enjoy just interjecting and enjoying what you say.
DOG has been spoken for a long time.
What of
Remy?
No, it's Mr. Option, Mr. DOG and Mr. Triumph never speak. What
of Nigeria? Hold on.
Remy Naso.
I've never spoken. I'm still here.
Okay, who arrived? Okay, who first came before between Jeremy and
supposed to
know.
I saw your comment.
Nigeria man just come in now. Nigeria man just come now. You just come.
When I saw
hold on now. Let us hold on. So truly between you and Remy, who first came?
It's
only known me out of you, but I just
Remy came before you.
What are you saying now? Why are you guys like this?
You can speak. Hold on. I know be fights now, bro. You can speak before Remy, but Remy came before you. Remy has been speaking anyway.
Okay, let Remy go.
Okay, Remy, fire on. Let's us hear.
Ola, can you tell us what I should talk about?
If I say that, if that Madazina don't give you the injection,
because no, because it has been modeled up. We don't
Obi
know.
said become a press. Obi said, Obisi, if I become a president, I will speak to Boko Haram and tell them to
Don't
stop
talk about Obi, please.
being naughty.
I beg, please, why does Obi want to speak to Sunday Igboho?
He said he want to dialogue with all of them. How do you agitate
Why?
us?
Why is he dialoguing with Sunday Igboho? When did Sunday Igboho become a militant?
You know what?
He's fighting for your bandation. All those agitators now. Want to
Really? And on behalf of who? When did Yoruba people tell you to like?
Okay, let us talk about the Nigerianness. What Fashola spoke about
yes,
that.
Fashola, exactly. Country
So
against nation.
that for Fashola matter.
They have
If
flogged
we
that
want
one a
to be
lot.
Nigeria and all those we need to attest. So.
Actually, I've been talking about that thing. Nigeria, as we are fused together forcefully by the colonial, whatever they call themselves, it clearly shows that we speak different language and we behave differently, to be frank, from tribe to tribe, from region to region. Even if we are not going to separate, I think we have two options. In my mind, the first option is what I call total devolution of power and resource control. If you give Nigerians this opportunity, it's another way for regionalism, but in a more state-wise, that every state control your resources, let your national state assembly promulgate law, already the state policies will become into force soon. So that when you control the resources in your state, you control the state police in your state, you control your border, your forest, everything. You just pay royalty to the federal government. And then, if you're a president of a country, your only job is just about economy and also defense. Defense of the country. That's all. And immigration. The rest, state handle it. Then all this agitation will die down. When the center is not as powerful like before. That is one. Two, most of the state governors today that are extremely lazy, then you see people who have to think with their head to improve their state resources will come into being. That is the only way I see that country prospering. And then another thing is that I discovered that we have to change our educational system totally. Because when you talk to young people today, I'm sorry, I'm maybe already an old man now. When you talk to them and you started to question them about different disciplines, you will be shocked that they don't know nothing, only few things they can talk about. Even the politics we are talking here every day, talk about economy, talk about everything, they don't know. Even in the way of IT technology, not all of them know. So I pity for that country for generation, because this generation we have here, we are their fathers, and sometimes we are also selfish. We must be
Remy, before you run away, let us stay on that Nigeria oneness before education. So now you find someone that say, okay, all I want in my life is Sharia. You understand? I don't have business with this elite Sharia. Sharia. Hold on, Oga. Hold on, please. Now, the thing now is this. How are you going to convince them? Because now, these people, they are competing, you know how we say fowl just lay 20 eggs and just hatch 20 eggs. That's exactly what they are doing. So they are multiplying very fast. Their governors, they are supporting their reproductive, system that they are not going to cater for anyway.
No matter
so how do you share the same country with?
So that is exactly what I'm saying. No matter how they reproduce, because you are the one controlling your state by yourself. Then you have to put in a law that will have to checkmate how people influx to your state. You have to control it. If my state is economically viable, because you are just in Nigeria and you're just walking like that, no, it's not going to be. You have to get properly registered, and I must know what kind of work you are doing, and I must know that you are paying tax to my state. If you're not doing that, I'm taking you back to your state, and I'm going to collect the transportation money from your state governor.
But they are not controlling your city. Hold on, Remy. Yeah, they are not controlling your city, but they are controlling your forest. Until recently, when people are driving them, they are taking over your forest.
I've already mentioned if it's you are the one controlling your state, you should control your borders, your forest and everything, because it's not in your hand. But as it stands today, everything will say, okay, like the old Oyo National Park used to belong to the federal government. But since a long time ago, it has been given back to the Oyo State government. Even today, that I saw a video that Igbo went to that park and he saw some Fulani with their cows living there. Why? And the Igbo was telling them that it's coming back to them to drive them away. Because that land is supposed to be farmland for Yoruba people. So I think, unfortunately, because most of our young ones looking for economic viability, they have moved from their interland to the city in the southwest, maybe to Ibadan, to Abeokuta, to Lagos, and whatever. So it's high time our governors are proactive. So that's why I mentioned state resource control. Everything in the control of the state. You don't need to cry blah 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 to the federal government before you take action. No, controls everything. The forest, you should control it. But when there is a crime that fall under the federal jurisdiction, then the DSS or whatever, the army or whatever, the federal police, they will come in, just like it's practiced everywhere. But if we cannot do all those,
Okay, Remy, how do we control people like you that you have patience? You have taste for ironing megad, ironing some house help that are from these people. So then,
no.
how do you do that?
When I was growing up, I discovered that there's a lot of help that are Yoruba people. They always bring them from Shaki and the environment to Ibadan, to Lagos, and wherever to be outside.
What about the Okada? What about the Okada people?
That is poverty, my God.
What about the Sabo people?
The only way I can curtail that one is part of the social service as a governor. Maybe I'm going to follow, buy a lot of buses, get to the National Union Road Transport Association, work hand in hand with them in partnership. If you're an Okada man, I'm sorry, you are not plying my road. You can ply inter road, small straight road, fine. If I will restrict you, that is the way they do in Lagos. I have to restrict you. Why everywhere should be Okada? For what reason? Because at the end of the day, more than 50% of them are committing crime. If they are not committing crime, they are creating nuisance to the environment. If they are not creating nuisance, they are causing a lot of traffic accidents or incidents.
Do you have proof, Mr. Remy? Do you have proof?
Okay, Remy.
What kind of do you have proof? What kind of question is that? We should stop all this kind of question. We all know it's easy to commit crime with Okada. It's easy to escape with Okada. So I don't know what. Just I beg, maybe just carry on.
It's poverty. I will stop them totally. Why can't the state?
Remy. Okay, when you say you are going to stop them, you see, Trump is still unable to stop Mexican from trooping into America. Mm-hmm. So, and that's a two different country, and we're even talking of advanced country, advanced country of century, not even just yesterday. So they are unable to stop. So now within Nigeria, how are you going to stop the influx of
already mentioned it? If you listen carefully, I said that I have to profile people. And if I know you are coming from the north or east or west, any part of Nigeria that's not from my state, and you are not doing nothing, and you are just sleeping under the bridge, I will make sure that I repatriate you to your state back, and I'll collect all the money I spent on you from the state governor. That's
xenophobia. Xenophobia, no.
I don't care, because at the end of the day, if I do not,
that's not xenophobia. That's not xenophobia. From what I'm understanding, sorry, Remy, sorry to cut you short. This is what Remy is saying. It's like coming to like countries like Australia. You can't just carry your bag and say you are going to Australia like you are going to UK. You must have what you are coming to do. You must have a skill, or you are coming to study. Remy wants to see, okay, this is what I'm doing. This is where I contribute. And then when they pay you, you know that, okay, you are adding value to his estate. Not like you're just coming to roam around and commit crime. There must be a purpose for you coming into my state. That is what he's saying. That's not xenophobic. And that's the standard we should create.
It's the same state. I will be
Nigeria or Fulani and Nigeria too. They're Nigeria like
country.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I can't control you. In my state, I need to control.
They don't do that.
If you are not an indigene, that means you don't have a family house. That means you first need to get a house. You don't have a family house. You don't have any family yet.
In Nigeria.
Yeah, in Nigeria, yes. Why not? Why not? If they are if they are the people committing crime, if you are a Fulani man, if you are a gate man to somebody, okay, you are a gate man in that house. We know what you are doing. We are Fulani. We rear cattle for this man. That's what you are doing. But we don't just want to be saying Fulani on bike, roaming around. We don't know their whereabouts. We don't know where
But
they go
I
to.
don't
We don't know
think
where they sit.
it's a Fulani thing. I think wait. Number one,
It's not a Fulani. I'm just repeating Fulani because they mentioned
yeah,
Fulani. It can be anybody.
Niger is very rich of Niger man to be saying now. Wow, when just a few months ago we saw what happened in those states. Some innocent people were just driving past in a truck, hunters on the way back from I think Delta heading back towards the north, and some people got excited and they priced them. So now the thing about it is this: the reality.
Hold on, Arogidigba. Don't just jump into conclusion they were innocent. I beg, because there were a lot
But
of
either
them.
way, well, I think it's been concluded. It's been concluded that they were hunters and they were just passing through.
Not like he was even justifying their killing. He was not justifying that. He was just using it as an example.
Yeah, so when Nigeria is saying, what we've seen what we've seen what the people in those states are capable of doing when they profile people.
Why are Nigerians afraid of
Okay, Remy, quickly round off. Okay, take 2 minutes and round off. So let us go to
Nigeria. If we cannot go that route, I think that country should just go to full regionalism, or maybe they just break up that country into 6 regions. That's it. The country is already divided into 6 regions already. So total they have 6 countries. And then it now depends on the country where you dwell. If they need your service, maybe they can find a way to accommodate you to live within their community, or they give you like 10 years interval for you to become the citizen of that country. If you don't want to go to where you are born or where you originally came from, I think we should tell ourselves the truth. Because what I see in Nigeria is that some people really want that country to progress, while some people are deliberately drawing us back. How can, for God's sake, you see Lagos like that, and then when you see Ogun, it's just like you are coming from a big city, and then immediately you step another foot, you are just in a village. Why? I think like where I used to live, when you see visible development in a state or a city, the adjoining city or state is competing, trying to catch up. You will see that development also there. But no, you cannot see that. That is one. And then two, there are some people from all over the country overstretching the resources in that state. We are leaving the resources in their state alone. For example, look, I'm sorry to say this, but this is the reality. You see our brother from the Southeast, they're all over the country. They came to Lagos, overstretched the resources there, but the money they are collecting in their state, their state is using to develop their state, they are not going back. So who is losing? And how
but that's a fault. That's a fault of the federal government.
So how many of them are even productive in wherever they find themselves?
But that's not about Mr. Remy. That's the fault. As a failure of the federal government, and I think it also it's a failure of because the reality of this is this. Mr. Remy, let me say this, Mr. Remy. If an individual is productive and paying taxes, if an individual is doing business or operating in a particular state, irrespective of where he comes from, as long as it's tax compliant and law compliant, is obeying the laws and tax compliant.
How many of them are tax and law compliant?
Because but it's not talking about those ones now. It's talking about the ones that are compliant.
Who are working. Who are working.
Yes.
Sorry?
I say you prefer those northerners that are begging all over the street in your state, that people come.
Out of those ones, I will drive them back to where they come from. That is at 2026. People
they are Nigerians.
We don't care whether they are Nigerians. The other day, all the mad people on the street of Lagos were packed. Once they say I'm from, where are you from? A mad person can tell you he's from Ibadan. They take you, they dump you in Ibadan. If you say you are from Ogun State, they dump you wherever you are coming from. So this is, you see, we've gotten to a point now that I think it's either we want to go forward or we want to go backward. Like Remy has said, we need to put our feet to the ground and take every means necessary to tackle this thing. If the way to tackle this thing is to go by segregating, okay, what are you doing in my state? What do you do? This is what I do. Where's your ID card? You can prove it. Okay, you can carry on staying. But once you don't have anything to do, you probably sleep under the bridge and you're not from my state. You don't have a family house here. Why are you here? These are the people that will commit crime easily because they can easily run away from that state and go to another state.
Poverty, it's exactly. Poverty.
Let me ask this question, please, to you that is speaking now. People that are giving birth in Lagos, like an example, I know you people are talking about Lagos. Brought up in Lagos, and they're nowhere to do. I know I'm going to. They're not privileged like some of us here online. So what do you want them to do now? Like a person like I that I don't know where I came from. and they don't want to
No,
meet them.
if
No,
you
no, no,
come to
wait now, Mr. Remy. Wait now, Ejon. What do you want people like us to do? Like now, I tell people that I'm a Yoruba man, whether you like it or not. In my paper, they told me I was brought up from Ikeja. So what do you want me to do? So you want to
okay,
chase me to
for people
somewhere
like
in the
you,
north?
Mr. Triumph, you are
But
born.
was there a time that you were
Listen,
homeless and living on the streets of
no,
Lagos
listen,
and
you are different. You are born.
or any other states for that matter?
Sorry, I will give you. Let me tell him this: you are born and brought up in Lagos. One thing, your parents were working. It's not only the government that is sustaining you for your years from 0 to 20 or whatever years you left Lagos. So that means your parents are contributing to the development of that state. So you are different. And you going back to Lagos to do business, you are also probably paying tax or rent a house or build something. You are contributing. But those ones that are not contributing, if you find yourself in Lagos and you are staying under the bridge, and of course you probably impregnate a woman or whatever, maybe from the same state, fine. You can go to our state hospital, they will give you that free medical, but your state is paying back, and I'm deporting you back to your state again after delivery of your baby.
Good one.
Okay, thank you, Remy. Okay, sorry, before I move to the German, I think the bigger question that Mr. Trump you are missing is this. We have that country where some segment of that country we are very serious. But we have another segment of that country that's the early seems to care about sustaining themselves in power. And part of the strategy is to create poor community, poor masses, those people that will not be able to challenge them. And now they are building this just to not to sustain themselves in power in the region, but to conquer everywhere. And they are now using the masses to create problems. So I look forward to a Nigerian that maybe by the time we divide, that the depth, even if we don't divide, that the depth of all this warfare in the north, everything can be transferred to them. Because some people we have to bear the cost of the insecurity we are fighting today. So how do you want to continue with those people? How do you want those people to just be getting away with the rubbish they are doing and they keep pushing to you? You understand? Just like a family, you have you have one person that is doing very well in the family, but others people prefer to be giving back and be pushing to you to be taking care of them. How sustainable is that? Okay, thank you. Niger man, I beg. Oh yeah, take your floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allah. I think, okay, let me just, there's something I wanted to say because Remy started with something about misinformation. So there is something I just remember. Because 2 days ago, I saw a professor on live, come to, my God, was educating these people from the Southeast. He was saying Nigeria gave them 20 pounds. And that thing is already being used every time, that they are out of everything, they give them 20 pounds and they become a great, this and that, 20 pounds that was not in there, just to diminish Nigeria after the Civil War, the promise, the Haram or something like that. Haram, reconstruction, rehabilitation, that nothing was done, rather they have been marginalized. All of them became agitated, the way, normal way. Do you know? I believe we citizens too, we are not helping our country, honestly. I want to make a research on that 20 pounds. I want to know the value of that 20 pounds as 1970. When I went to make a value of that 70 pounds, the people that the federal government paid, those who changed their money to Biafra money. And after the war, that money was not useless, was not value. So federal government now make a flat law of 20 pounds. Anybody, whether you have money, 100 pounds or 1,000 there, that will pay. That will give them 20 pounds. Do you know that 20 pound equivalent? Please, people.
3 months' wages.
Wait, what is 3 months' wages? By that time, Awolowo, you listen to Awolowo then. He said the only region that was paying highest wage was only the Western region, £5 something. The other region was paying £2, 50 something p. You understand? Look, that 20 pounds. If they use the other region like not to calculate, it's almost like by 10 months wages. I want to give you a little statement. I'm going down. See, number one, for that 20 pounds, the value there as 1970. Nigeria changed their money to Naira in 1973. Please, everybody should listen. That 20 pound become equivalent of 40 naira by then. Which that 40 naira, that 20 pound, let me put it that 20 pound so people who listen will know. That 20 pound then will buy you a bag of rice. You understand? A bag of rice. A standard full size bag of rice costs only 5 naira then. Could purchase enough rice to feed a household for up to 1 year. See, and that 20 pound by then will give you 660 liters of fuel. 660 liters of fuel. If fuel was 6 kobo, then you understand? That 20 pound then we pay half of your flight tickets. It will be half of your flight ticket money to Lagos to London. That 20 pounds then we pay your 1 year's you will pay your 4 to 8 months rent of a standard apartment. That 20 pound then you can use it to pay your school fees as a institution, university, for 1 year. University fee, your textbook, your house rent, and your pocket money for good 1 year. But today they will come and tell us 20 pound, maybe it's 20 pounds today that we use it to buy 2 bottles of beer. You understand? And there is something again about the TD arrow that will say federal government have not done anything about that TD arrow. You understand? All these are fallacy and a lie from pit of air.
Within 9 years, we were vice president.
They were not president. Okay, that TD arrow in 2012, Igbo take Nigeria federal government 2012. Jonathan was in power then. Take federal government to ECOWAS court. They claim for the survivor, the Biafra army and Biafra police, that the survivor understand that the money they should pay, they calculate. They demand $139 million from Nigeria, which was equivalent to 88 billion naira. In 2000, Femi Falana was representing Nigeria with one and another guy, something. That's what.
No, Najama, let me get you. Who took Nigeria to court?
The Igbo.
So for Biafra war, Abi?
Yeah, for Biafra war, they were reclaiming 139 million for the Biafra survivor, all those the police, the Biafra military, the Biafra police. You understand?
Did they win?
Wait, now let me go. I just want to give, when they said Nigeria didn't do anything about that TD Haram, tomorrow they assisted. I was so angry. So Falana and the two sons that represent Nigeria in the ECOWAS, Falana was and the other one. They now went to federal government. They just say federal government. They just persuade federal government to settle out of court. The federal government now agreed to settle out of court in 2012.
Buhari paid them now. Buhari gave
God
them.
bless you. They now settle out of court in 2012. You understand? In 2017, Buhari paid them 50 billion naira to them, and they started the disbursement in Enugu. They paid it to them direct. The agreement was signed in ECOWAS. They paid them. Buhari came.
Those are former combatants. Those are former combatants against the Nigerian state. God.
Jonathan didn't pay them. It's Buhari that came and paid them. This same Buhari that they condemned paid them 50 billion. 50 billion. They used it to settle about 685 Biafra, all those Biafra, 685 Biafra soldiers and all those things. And Obasanjo granted pardon, all the Biafra, all of them granted pardon in 2012 and paid them pension, a lot of them. And the other, Buhari released another 38 billion to them. 38 billion to them for the rehabilitation of the infrastructure of the abandoned landmine, bomb, and watertight debris from the affected community, as well also construct school and hospital in those areas. Yeah, that is what Buhari released everything to them, 88 billion naira in 2017, but nobody will say that in tomorrow. And they will still be telling us Nigeria have not done anything. Nigeria have not made the TD Harrow. Nigeria gave them 20 pounds. See what 20 pounds is that time. Look at what 20 pound equivalent that, and they want to let us to know that it's like 20 pound today, that you can use to buy 2 bottles of beer, that you can never buy a plate of gari.
But that's my problem that I was saying. Sorry, Niger man. That's the problem I was saying with our people, Nigerian, both the youth and some elders that don't have sense. I'm sorry to say, because you hear these things. Do they fact check things? They don't check it. They will just believe what that man is saying. Somebody will tell you, life was better in 85. This. So amount was valuable. Fine, we are not in 1972 anymore. So why do you want to be thinking 20 pound then is 20 pound now? Why would you
Now,
believe such a person? This is the way I think we have a problem self as a country. There are a lot of people that maybe it's mentality, or maybe they don't even. I don't understand. It's just crazy.
if, for example, today, 20 pound, then I can use to buy 660 liters of
What are you
petrol.
saying? My grandparents,
And if people doesn't have
when
people
they are
naira, I'm
late,
selling it for
they
black
are people
market,
that keep
it's giving us, I'm a
records.
millionaire.
For example, I saw my grandma. She was a nurse, maternal side. I saw she keeps records a lot. She was buying block at 50 kobo, 20 kobo to build a house. I think she bought a Volkswagen, maybe 250 naira or something back then, But you can't compare those days to these days. Then somebody came online was saying, he's not happy for the youth of that this generation is not enjoying anything. That his generation enjoyed though. Those days are gone. You don't expect us to still live in the value of those days as at now. But all these people will hear this and saying, we are struggling truly as youth. We should be entitled to this. We should be entitled to this. But there are things you are even entitled to as youth that you don't even know. Rather than you networking yourself to sources where you get right information. Like I was saying, I don't know whether it was Remy and some other people were here one day, like early in the morning, we were gisting and talking about all these things. I was saying, if I talk to people in Nigeria, I will see some sign of people will be telling me, what benefit they've gotten, that there is a program going on. If I talk to some other set of people, they don't even know that program is going on. So that now tells me people who are serious and people who are not serious.
Even the company, the lawyer, their lawyer, the evil lawyer, one was a former House of Speaker of Imo State. Those lawyers, even ECOWAS, they have to sign, even the contractor that they have to give that contractor, they have to sign everything there. Those two contractors, they are named Demina Concept Nigeria Limited and ROSB Holding Nigeria Limited. We are paid full by Buhari, since Buhari 2017. In 2017, Buhari released 88 billion to them, to Southeast. Then nobody ever said that.
Man, see what you are talking about. If not because
food was $10, Buhari was still building second Niger bridge for them.
Niger man, see what you are saying now. If not because of fire share, how are we going to know that Seyi Makinde also collect 30 billion naira? And that money is gone.
No, that one is another different case, because that one is something in power. But not this one that they are using to agitating for the country for many years.
No,
that even the professor, if a professor can come and be saying that on media, so what do you expect from the gullible?
Niger man, you missed one thing that I need to remind you of. In that same 1970, apart from the 20 naira that was given to each individual, you need to remember that also that the government of Gowon released 2 million pounds or 2 million naira at the time to a bank that was being run by Zik. That was never accounted for. To today, that money was meant to go towards the reconstruction and rehabilitation. Till today, that money has never been accounted for.
Because one thing, you know one thing I praise Buhari for. You know one thing I praise Buhari for. If federal government wanted to do bad, they should have faced that. They wouldn't have agreed to pay out of court. They would say, let's continue the case. By now, that case would be there. By now, that case will still be in court.
But in this case, Niger man, in this case, should we say when such money, sir, when you give it out in that kind of situation, you should monitor or see how they spend it to the usefulness of the old people, rather than just giving it out to some certain people that you think they will go and use it for the good of the
Those
people?
are the purported leaders. How can
That's what I'm
anybody in their
saying, but
right
I know
mind
it
think that
shouldn't be.
Zeke
It shouldn't be
would
so.
swell?
It shouldn't be so. But with the way our system is that naturally, a average Nigerian is corrupt. So I'm now saying such money when they give it, is it even best? Because I look at Nigerians now. Number one, I have problem with the governors, all the governors, because all of them are getting a lot of money now. But I would complain about healthcare system. I think healthcare system can be developed by state, even just normally healthcare, primary healthcare through states. With all this money, you can develop it a bit. Everything, but Nigerians, everything is focused. The president, the president. But your governors are there. You go out every weekend to vote for a chairman. You vote for a governor. You vote for House of Rep. You vote for all these people. There is a reason you are voting for them too. But everything is the president, the president. The president will come to fix that normal.
No, that's it. That no. Wait,
Health.
no. You just carry on. Please, no. That one we understand. Everybody is accomplished on that one. But the one I'm saying, this Biafra something that we have been hearing for years.
I just don't want. I get your point. I'm just spreading it.
Nigeria, people rebel
Yeah.
against a country, release 88 billion to them. They are still collecting pension, not Nigeria soldier. They were Biafra soldiers. They call them here. Biafra police. Not Nigeria that rebel against a country. Till tomorrow, they are still on pension.
Niger man, nobody has.
Our family are telling us they are marginalized.
But Niger man, look at the areas of Calabar.
The Midwest was 5 million.
That's exactly what I was going to address. The areas in the south that were brutalized by both the Biafran and the Nigerian armies, nobody till today is yet to compensate them. The Nigerian government is yet to even acknowledge, and the Biafran former combatants are yet to even acknowledge the war crimes that were perpetrated in those areas. In the areas from Akwa Ibom, Cross Rivers, Delta, and Edo states.
How can people receive $139 million? That is oil money that is coming. They used to pay such people. And
Niger man, you are not calculating and adjusting for inflation. The $2 million that was given to the bank, that Zeke was the chairman of them. You need to calculate that money and adjust for inflation as well.
Oh my God. The Nigerian government are not doing us anything good, honestly.
And within 9 years, Niger man, within 9 years, the individuals that claim that they were not reintegrated into Nigeria, within 9 years,
they become a vice president.
The vice president of the country, democratically elected, was who? Alex Ekweme.
Ekweme, yeah.
There's no country in the world I think that could possibly have happened, if not Nigeria.
You will pay dearly for the ones who lost a war in any country. You want to break out and you lost
in America, in the same United States of America, I would like to trace. When the Confederate Army lost, it took them 50, 60 years. All this celebration of Confederate armies that you see, it was not done by them. It was done by their grandchildren under the Jim Crow era.
Mm-hmm.
The Confederate generals dared not to show their face. Most of them died in abject penury and poverty.
I don't get it, but one thing I've learned is that, I'm sorry, our brother from Southeast have planned and they have a way to game that country, Nigeria, very well. Their propaganda machine is top notch. And I think they have received more in Nigeria than the other regions.
More.
In terms of everything. I will be giving you examples. Look at what Niger man just said now. Apart from that, they are the only one that scattered all over the country, overstretching the resources of every other region. They never
Do you know that road? That road that this guy was saying this morning, that guy was saying that Enugu Express something way.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know Buhari gave that road to NTN? It's NTN that built that expressway. Buhari give it to NTN to build it. The tax they're supposed to pay for 5 years to Nigeria. That is what Buhari levied there to use to build that road. The
Even
time
if
that
you
people come to
if
the
you
whole country
see
to share, but
if
this
you
one no
see
use it to pay that
if
road.
you see the network of road that Umari is constructing the southeast, it's about more than 8 that leads to the way. In fact, they also connect another road to that Lagos to Calabar highway. They connected from a point to connect
And
to
I
that
see why
highway.
Buhari was so angry with Nnamdi Kanu.
Of course, we will be angry now.
Because he
After
thought
the
this is the
story,
agitation. 2017, his first tenure, he paid these people and they never voted for him. The second time they never voted, he released the 88 million. Jonathan that they said he was Zeke, yes, all of them was there. They never received one kobo when they started this shit.
Niger man, you're a man from Edo State. Can you tell me that Nigeria has not marginalized you?
We are the most marginalized in that country because we are having Midwest region, Delta and Edo State. Look at the landmass and go and look the 5 and Southeast. They give them 5 states. They give us only 2 states.
no, apart from that, I also think that the southeast they benefited a lot from the federal government. Look at Buhari; he built the second Niger bridge for them. With 16 years rule of PDP, they cannot build it, and that man never received a simple thank you from them.
Insults.
Even as we are talking of, as we are
They
talking
are praying
today,
for his death. Buhari died.
Baba, they don't need to thank him. I like Buhari, I like his people. They made sure they named that bridge. You know the name of that bridge? The official name of that bridge. Do you know the official name of that bridge? The
What was it?
Mohammed Buhari Bridge. That's the official name. Until someone
even
comes
now,
and change it.
even as
I
we
hope
are
That's
this,
the
I
talking,
hope
official.
it stays that way.
That's the
even
official
as
name of the bridge. It's
even
the
as we are
Mohammed
talking
Buhari
now,
Bridge.
even as we are talking now, the new regional development commission set up by Tinubu, doing that each region he gave them about 1 to 2 trillion naira to start up. So and then immediately that guy go and rent a very posh apartment for office in Abuja. I mean from the southeast. So I think Nigerians, it's high time, like GOG said, we should continue to monitor
No,
progress
not 1
of,
trillion. Not 1
of
trillion. No.
how much is it? I
First,
forgot it, but
they received 5 billion. The second one was 16 billion, about 21 billion.
so every
But
state
those are not
already
those are not
No,
that's
that's
not a
service.
small
Oh,
money,
that's service now.
regardless of the amount. That's not
so
that's
each region already collect 21 billion Nigeria, right? 21
No,
but
South collect almost 1 trillion already.
20, no, I think it's almost the same thing. How much?
No, I followed it now. Still check it. That is what they were collect. 2 times they release money. That's what the bank
Okay.
submit now. 5
Yeah.
billion
Okay.
and 21 billion.
Whether 13 billion or 21 billion, that's a lot of money.
Lot of money now.
Exactly.
That's a lot
For
of
renting
money.
one shop,
Bro,
one room,
sorry, Remy,
Yes.
me, I just feel that's the honest truth, to be honest. I think now, I just think the Tinubu government need to come up with a way to educate people where they should channel the energy to, let them know these people
You know
have
what they
received
want
some
to do?
money. Go, because it's becoming annoying to me.
You know what
There
they
are
want
a
to do
lot
now?
of things, there are a lot of ways,
Why
even
you
ways.
sound like a Reno Mokri? Your voice sounded like Reno Mokri's voice.
Myself?
Yeah.
No. I sound.
Adewale, sorry to come today again.
I will.
Sounded like him.
It's Adewale. It's DOG. I will take it. I will take it as a compliment.
They always be here now.
Even
You
if
sounded
his
like
voice
him.
sounded, sorry, Adewale, even if his voice sounded like Omokri, one thing I like Omokri about that, Omokri always come with facts. He will
Facts,
lay it
yeah.
on the table for you. You will see it
Mm,
clearly by yourself. That guy, he will come with facts. And
But
that's what
mm.
here's the thing. Omokri is not a communicator. He like to show his opinion down the throat of people. Yes, it comes with fact. But
and it takes most of the
sometimes
time now.
to communicate, it takes two to tango. When you are shouting your way into people's heart, you don't just communicate because you have
No,
fact.
Omokri never shout. Oh, he doesn't shout on
No, no,
people.
no. What I mean by
No,
that
no,
is
that's not
that
what it means. Not literally
communication is
shouting.
not
Yeah,
about
I get what you mean.
whatever
Yeah.
my opinion
But
is.
sometimes
If
some of these interviewers, the way they
Maybe you
also ask
listen now.
sometimes. Look at even sharing of people, sometimes ask questions like that. And when you go to senior, that one will say, I put it to you, want to load everything on you, like he knows more than oh God.
did you guys notice when Rufai was interview
Obi,
what's his name? No, Obi and Dele Mamadou.
in their new studio now. Did you notice how calm it was?
He was too
Unlike
calm. I
when it
was like,
was on
what the
Arise.
hell? Then
So
the way Obi was even touching him every minute was annoying.
so that means on
Yes,
Arise
I think they
there's
are
some
just playing around.
sinister
Oh my God,
behind those charade and all that. But
And
in
but
that studio,
but Unduka has always been a
No,
suspicious
it's not their
character
new
now.
studio. It's a
oh,
Rufai Boka
it
studio.
was a well
It's
planned.
Rufai's own, but Unduka has always been the
Rufai Boka.
suspicious
It was a
character.
well planned strategy to do it that way. Now, when he has control over the question that he has in their own studio, now he's much more calmer. Even when Dile Mamoudou was saying nonsensical thing, he was just looking at him. I was like, isn't that the same guy that was always yelling, I put it to you and all that? So what
Doing as if
changes?
they can, doing as if
just
they can
because
Physical
grill people.
evidence.
it's
I was
monetizing
expecting him
him.
to grill Obi because Obi's answer sometimes I'm thinking Rufai.
No.
Somebody give Rufai this kind of answer and it's just quiet and he's moving on.
This is the second time in
I
since I think
think
we've
it's
been
the
at same
scripted
thing.
podcast. I learned that they also gave Obi the question before he even started the podcast himself. And still the guy fumbled. In fact, I don't know what.
Yeah, no, that
So
podcast was
that touching
nonsensical.
aspect. What is that guy that girlfriend?
I don't
Don't
know.
be just
Probably, probably.
My
people just
brother,
understand those kind of
don't
people are
issue
being
a text you cannot catch you.
just touching,
See
touching.
that it seems to
No,
be
but no.
Obi is a
See that
woman
touching thing.
in his
That touching
marriage.
thing.
I think
That
that
touching
Rufai
thing.
breast they are.
It's possible.
No. That touching thing. No, Niger man. Let me say something from that touching thing.
Hold on. Which terrain una dey venture to now? You understand?
No, that was I want to address. May I address her
Adewale
properly?
just came now. He accused DOG of
Mr. Alatable Shaker, you want to shake the
No.
table by yourself?
See that touching thing.
No.
That is Obi. No.
I think Remy is the real Reno Mokiri here.
Okay, but Mr. Ola, let me address that touching thing. Obi might not be brilliant, but I think we are actually underestimating how that man, he operates almost like there's this movie I watched where there was a guy, I can't remember there's a guy who was crippled and and in the end it turned out to be the main villain. What I'm trying to say is that touching thing is actually a psychological thing, you know that? And he might be intentionally doing it. Because if he's touching him every time, he actually
Every
disables
minute,
Rufai.
every question.
He will
And he's not
disable
even
Rufai.
answering the question.
I think I've read that some of these all the CIA and all these covert people, that they use it as well. These are some of the things they use to extract information from people while having a conversation with you. Because he's just touching you every few minutes. You don't know. But he actually disarms people. So he will disable Rufai. Like it actually could be someone has either taught him that or he's learned that over time. It's
No,
actually
I think it disarms because you will see when he touch him. It's when Rufai is throwing a question. And Rufai wouldn't have landed his question, then he would touch him, say something, then Rufai moves to something else.
It's a system that is used.
What is the overall outcome of his performance then?
Well, his performance is poor, but we are talking about Rufai's actions as well, and the fact that Rufai was not ferocious in his questioning. So I'm telling you, that touching thing is not by chance. He's actually using it as a tool to disable the bot.
In 2022-2023, that guy was not profiled very well by most Nigerians. People just follow dogmatically, okay? They just follow dogmatically. They don't want APC. They don't want Atiku, especially in a certain part of the country. Religion is there. So many wahala. So they did not really profile him. It is after the election, and the guy never stopped that cho. Is that when Nigerians say, is it the person I voted for? They cannot believe their eyes. Some people voted because some friends. A lot of young people just voted because their peer group just say, okay, we are picking him. Actually, to be frank,
he's actually even becoming annoying when they ask the guy questions. And he starts with, look at Malaysia. Malaysia has the landmass of. He's not even pertaining to the question they are asking you.
I think for most Southeasterner, it became so embarrassing to them, to be frank, because this is not their best foot at all. It's so embarrassing.
Yeah, but Mr. Remy, I think you shouldn't accuse Nigerians of. It's been shown all over the world that voters sometimes can be subject to voting. Actually, is an emotional experience. There's voting most of the time is not logical, and we've seen it demonstrated in multiple countries around the world. We saw it with Brexit. It was illegible. We've seen it in the United States of America. A lot of the voting sometimes has been illogical. As it's only after an illogical decision, the consequences dawns on the voter. They tend to make a very good choice the next time around. They tend to be a lot more logical the next time around, usually because they've actually tried something and been burnt.
But I didn't know. Sorry,
But we've seen a lot of illogical.
Are they now not being illogical still? Because if you say we are suffering and we suffer so much, and you listen to somebody say something and you just believe it without even checking whether what this person is saying is true, and this policy that has been given, what's the benefit of this policy? People are not
But
checking it. Because I believe you will suffer. Sorry, I believe you will suffer to some point. Then you will wake up and say, no, I'm not going to keep suffering. I want to work hard. I want to channel my energy. I must achieve this. You know, you wake up from your slumber at some point. But look at it, a lot of people are still sleeping and still in there. I don't get it.
I think also there's
they're going to slip over it. The lazy one and those ones that see the opportunity will grab it. And that's why you see the difference between the rich and the poor. Like you are saying now, a lot of young people, they are into several things. I was checking a report yesterday. It's a video. This young girl, she went back to her village and started planting tomatoes and that big ball red vegetables. And now she's making millions. Why some other people they will just be online finding money for data to go and gossip about BBL or whatever. So the point about
very dark man is coming to
Adewale, are you still there?
Nigeria is Nigeria problem.
So Adewale, sorry, I have to give it to you.
Dark man is making his money. You are there.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. What do you say?
I think I need to give it to you. I think you are correct about DOG. I think DOGs actually sound like Reno Mokri.
You are just twisting and turning every time.
Nigeria man, you know, see the comments. Someone don't talk, say, in the end, in the conclusion where you make, now say, you people are evil. You are bigots and you are selfish.
You didn't hear Biafra is coming now. You didn't hear Biafra is coming. Obi will win now on social media. So tell Obi will win on social media now.
So look at it this way. Look at that very dark man.
They like
he went
to
to
deceive
China.
themselves now.
That guy went to China. He became a motor dealer. He set up his sister. And then when he said, okay, Tinubu must go, some people, two young people, useless, they don't have nothing to do. They still find a way to go and protest. They leave their own state to go and protest. And this man you are following is already a multimillionaire. Immediately they call him, the soldier call him and they tell him, shut up, it's enough. He just went home. And you are still standing there, waiting for him, bring back VDM. And the guy already went home. And you are there. So sometimes I wonder, what kind of young people are these people? Your leader, they already instructed him, go home. And he went home. And you are
all the money, sorry, sir, all the money VDM is spending to do all this thing. Is it not money that is donated to him for him to improve things? Shebi is doing, you want to improve school, you want to make people feel better, we are not even seeing you doing all these things. So all the money now,
so many young Mumu people now, they would donate.
VDM is like Dino Melai. They are both 419. Political 419. I asked online, what does VDM does before now? What does he do for a living?
Was selling bola.
The same thing with
in the
so it was a gigolo.
In the same yash.
You know, Nigeria, you know why our youth know they are problem because of this social media. You have to post on social media and make money. So they lack all those things that distraction.
Right. Here's the thing.
People like the
view. When I listen to 20-something years old, 30 years old online, even some 40 years old, when I hear some comment or some of their videos online, it's kind of depressing. At the same time, I found it a little bit unimpressive in a way that when we have the likes of VDM forming the political discourse in Nigeria, I found it very, very absurd that people like that shape the narratives of our political discourse. How could somebody like that, a dirty looking
Okay, don't let me use some
It's a great guy.
despicable word. But the thing is that,
It's serious.
and it's the same uh reason why people follow religious leader, you know, in a way that you begins to look at at people's head, intact, because the same tactics of giving them false hope. Oh, this person is going to fix this. It's going to be. Somebody said, "Oh, it's the voice of voiceless." I said, "Which voiceless?" Number one, his voice, his
Nigeria, we
own
don't have to
voice,
build monsters, eh?
his own voice is voiceless. So the people that is giving voice to are probably, it's like a town of blinds where one eye man
Not with one
is
eye, yeah.
leading the blinds. So
Yeah,
he
it's a team.
himself is a blind man. So you can imagine his followers, people that are donating money to him. So they can't achieve anything individually, but they expect him to invest those money that they
No, somebody
contributed
went
to
to
him.
open a car shop in China. Nobody questioned. Said, "You are not working. You don't have any business. Where are you getting money from? Who is bankrolling you?"
But you should understand that in the land of the Mumuish, it is those Mumuish, they will just continue to follow like Mumuna. And the guy will continue to collect their 10 naira, 15 naira, 100
That's why I
naira.
told them they should come and
You
donate to
see
him.
the
Last year, I want
problem,
to go and
Remy?
pay.
The problem still boils back to what I was saying. You see, normal average Nigerian youth these days, they don't have brain. They don't think.
No,
They
no,
can't.
no. They don't think you are right. I support
You
your
see,
decision.
But
so
why you
so
not all of you they
anybody, so
vex?
wait a minute. So anybody that sounds politically right to them, they just follow. Whatever he says, they believe. If they argue with you, those point that person is giving them is what they will use to argue with you still.
Not
So
their
that is
own.
the
Not
problem
their
we
own.
have
Not their
now.
own.
D1. Not be all of you now they shout the other day when Buhari talks in Nigerian youth are lazy. Now they shout. This man is wicked. These old people. So
You are
it's
right,
so
though. You are right. Because it took me time to start now realizing what Buhari was trying to say. Because,
Yes.
Only guys, only there. You understand? Buhari has benefited everything almost freely from Nigeria. He not be
That
kind
was
of
their
fighting like
time
him.
now. I beg.
Hold on, guy. Hold on,
Don't you
guy.
serve as a military? Fight a war for Nigeria.
Let me tell you one thing. If Dangote is talking, if Dangote is saying Nigerian youth are lazy, I will listen. But you can't tell me a product of quota system and all those stuff will tell you. See, let me tell you one thing.
why Bola you are talking quota. Why did
What
náà ṣe lọ sí war front?
can you use
Ẹ̀yin náà ṣe lọ
okay.
ṣe lọ
Wait,
kojú
please.
ìbọn. Why don't you go and face gun?
Wait.
Why don't you go and face
No,
gun on the
Mr.
front on the
Alam.
battle line? You don't say someone quota system.
No, please, sir, I'm coming. Wait,
Ẹ̀yin náà ṣe lọ
Mr.
kojú
Alam.
ìbọn.
Mr. Alam, can
Bó ṣe
you
yín sì
go
láti
to
jẹ́ sójà
University of
nìyẹn.
Ibadan? You want to read medicine, they tell you it's 250. You go and use 120 and you get admission there.
I don't understand what you are talking about.
Can you go to University of Ibadan now? Maybe you want to read medicine and they said it's 250 is common. And you have 120 or 80, they will give you admission there.
They will not now. Why would they do
So why are you saying quota system? That is for the no, because there's no competitive in their place.
Yes.
Even our people are there.
How many northerners you see for Unilag?
Hold on, Arogiriba. You said something that
Ẹ̀yin ò ṣe lọ kojú ìbọn. You tell ẹ̀yin ò ṣe lọ kojú ìbọn. Someone that was in the army.
Hold on now.
They want to recruit more people to the army and Yoruba people are running away.
Ẹ̀yin ò ṣe kojú ìbọn. You're saying that ẹ̀yin kan quota system. Tó bá tó kó gbógun lọ ni, if na say I ain't go fight war, if they fire for war front, you go to call am quota system.
Hold on. Arogiriba, hold on. Just stop it where you are. My papa served in the military. His younger brother served in the military. Then they talk person to him.
Iṣẹ́ yìí serve in the military. Iṣẹ́ yìí serve in the military.
I don't like this type of argument.
You serve in the military?
But serving in the military, there's different grade of serving now.
Guy, hold on.
Okay.
Why did my father leave the military? The impartiality there. What are you talking about? What do you know about this thing that you are talking about in the years?
We all know now, but why don't you?
Guy, hold on.
Why don't you?
Let me tell you one thing. See, Yoruba will say, let me tell you one thing. If everybody is talking about Nigerian youth, not a product of quota system like Buhari, just stop it.
You can't say that.
Guy, hold on. Hold it where you are. Will you compare this man, Ojuku, irrespective of whatever, will you compare Obasanjo and will you compare others the way they join military to how Buhari join military? Abba, let's
No,
See, let
no,
me tell
no,
you one
no.
thing.
If you are agreeing something that can be
No,
supported with
he's right about
you are
that.
more, you are more,
My
you are
father, my
more, you are
father,
more
my
educated
father.
than all these people.
Hold on.
How
My
did
father is
that
a
thing
retired
happen?
military man.
Did you want to
He
go to
was the
basic?
ADC. He was ADC to Muritala. He was
Guys, stop.
Muritala. He was the only soldier that was let free from the court after the coup. And he will always say to me, he will call some people uniform soldier. And I think those are the kind of soldiers some people are. Somebody like Buhari, they are just like uniform soldiers. They are not well trained. You can't see that how would I call it? You
They
can't
are the
compare them to
elite.
like
They are the elite
Obasanjo
of the force.
and the likes.
They are the elite of the force. They went to normal university to
How would
study
you
like
compare Buhari to Brigadier Ogundipe?
Olden days, let
How
me
would
tell you.
you compare those
what
people?
I wanted to
See, let me tell you one thing. I grow in the bar. See, olden days, the point of the war you fought. That is why your promotion come. Let me ask you one thing. First and foremost,
No.
Nigeria, we should ask. Wait.
Nagama, don't
Let
let
me
us reason
land
it
now.
up.
wait, Ola, let him finish. Let him
We
finish.
land now. Just 1 minute.
Guy, hold on. No, Nagama, you will land. What I want to tell you today is this: the people that Buhari are calling lazy youth in Nigeria today, they are graduates that they don't have job. These people are still went to university. They still attended polytechnic.
Not
And
all
this
of
guy
them, Gary. We are not. It's not.
just
When
stop
you
this
say
thing.
something, not all of
Guys,
them.
stop this thing. And just stop this statement.
Ola, you have come again. When he
You
says
see the
something
problem.
like
You
that,
see the
I come
problem. You
again.
see.
I allow a person like
let us
Buhari that
talk
was
too
supposed.
now. Let us talk. You are
You
expressing
see
your
where we
emotion.
have
Let
problem in Nigeria. That's why when they say Nigeria are very intelligent, sometimes, sorry to say, I'm not talking to anybody. Sometimes I'll just be looking myself. Are these people really true? Somebody you are telling me a graduate, he went to university for good 4 years. He came out, he's not creative. What is intelligent? You have to be creative, be unique. Not doing what people are doing. What is the essence of you going to university? Europe, we are here. We are in abroad. We move many countries.
Okay, Nagama, let me ask you a question.
Okay, look at only the people that they say they are intelligent in Nigeria. Our musicians.
No. Hold on.
They went to school. Don't what they read. They come to creative.
Hold on, Nagama. Why are you not Elon Musk? Probably you are older than Elon Musk, and you and Elon Musk are of the same age. Why are you not
how many
as good as Elon Musk?
How many Elon do we have? Everybody must not be different.
Okay, thank you. No, hold on. Before you rubbish Nigeria graduate, everybody has capacity. So you have to do parallel comparison. Buhari, even before his even secondary school result book will even come out, without even having his own full credit, he was already enrolled in the military. Someone like that had opportunity like that, you are now talking to a graduate that you never created opportunity for. You understand that he is a lazy youth. How does that sound to you?
But once he got to the army,
lazy youth. But that lazy youth, that is your own definition of it. But the lazy youth, after he finished his tenure as a president, if you go and listen to the first interview he had in Daura, you will understand what the lazy youth meant.
But Ola, laziness comes in different form.
Because when they asked him, Kaba
comes in different form.
They said Kaba was taking over your government. He asked, what did Nigeria do?
DOG, you know where I'm fair.
They're talking about the bad governors in Nigeria. See what can Nigeria do about it?
Hold on to Nigeria.
No. You know where I'm very furious. Let me tell you one thing. I almost lost my life while I was climbing pole, even after graduating. You understand?
Everybody.
You always say this story. Ola always say this story.
No. Just hold it. Remy, I don't find it kind of thing funny. I don't find this kind of thing funny.
But that is the truth. Everybody will have a story to tell.
Guys, let me just hold it there. Hold it there. You are mocking. You are
I'm
mocking
not mocking you. I'm
just stop it.
I'm not mocking you. Why should I mock you?
See,
I'm trying to tell you that behind every successful move,
let me stop
your eyes
this.
will have turned red, yellow, green.
You know what I don't do for once I will
do. Let Ola
me
express himself, please.
Okay, go on. Go ahead.
I almost lost my life being a graduate and I'm doing the job I was not supposed to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if a person like me now show my annoyance now and someone is calling me a lazy youth, meanwhile you barely finished secondary school before they enroll you and everything because of your connection, bang, they are moving you forward.
Yeah.
You understand? And you are seeing this youth today. Some of them today they are creating content. Some of them they are doing within their capacity. But it's not everybody that are equally talented at just at the same level.
But
A
Mr. Ola,
Let me
of quota
respond to Ola,
system
please.
is turning a hard-working youth,
Mr. Ola,
and you are accepting
Let
it.
him finish.
Ola, look at the
Mr.
message.
Ola,
Let the
Mr.
messenger.
Ola, Mr.
Look
Ola,
at the
number
message.
one.
Let the messenger.
Mr. Ola, we know the history, the public record of Buhari from